The oldest empire you know is the one you are living in right now. The letters on your screen tonight are Roman letters. The months of your year still carry Roman names. July itself is named for a man whose story you will hear before this night is over. Close your eyes and go back almost 3,000 years. On a low hill beside a muddy river in Italy, a boy is feeding sticks into a small fire. Fog sits on the water below him. Sheep move in the dark grass. There is no city. There is only the hill, the river, and the fire. Here is the part that should stop you for a moment. That handful of huts on that one hill became a city that ruled 60 million people. It held them for centuries, from the rain of Scotland to the sand of Egypt. Tonight, we will walk through 12 centuries of that story. One night, one fire, the whole of Rome. An honest word before we begin. Rome left us better records than almost anyone in the ancient world, but it also loved its own legends. A wolf that nursed 2 babies, geese that saved a city. I will tell you both kinds of story tonight, the legends and the records, and I will always tell you which one you are hearing. We will meet kings and the people who threw them out, a man who marched elephants over mountains of ice, a man who crossed a small river and changed the world, a wall at the cold edge of everything, and at the very end, a teenage emperor with a strange, familiar name, and the quiet afternoon when it all let go. Before we set off, tell me in the comments where in the world you are drifting off from. I read every one. And if you fall asleep before the end, that is exactly the idea. The story will wait for you. So let us begin on the hill itself. On an ordinary morning, almost 3,000 years ago. The boy on the hill did not know he was standing at the start of anything. To him, it was just a morning. The fire took the sticks and grew a little. The sheep complained softly in the wet grass. Below him, the river slid past under its blanket of fog, brown and slow and patient. His people were shepherds and farmers. They lived in round huts made of mud and branches, with roofs of thatch that smelled of smoke, maybe a few hundred of them, spread over a cluster of low hills. They planted barley. They kept pigs and sheep. When the river flooded, they moved uphill and waited. The boy's day was already laid out for him, the same as every day. Milk the ewes in the grey light, carry the pail to his mother, who pressed the curds into soft cheese. Drive the flock down to the good grass by the water, and keep one eye out for wolves. In the evening, carry firewood, eat porridge from a clay bowl, and sleep under a wool blanket that smelled of sheep and smoke. Down below the hill ran a worn dirt track, and sometimes strangers walked it. Men with mules, carrying sacks and baskets, heading up into the mountains. The boy would watch them pass and wonder where they came from. Remember that track. It matters more than anything else in this chapter. If you had told the boy that this place would one day rule the world, he would not even have understood the words. There was no word yet for the kind of thing Rome would become. There was only the hill, and the river, and the morning. Now, let me show you where we are. This is Italy, almost 3,000 years ago. The river is the Tiber, and it runs from the mountains down to the sea. The hill the boy stood on would one day be called the Palatine. Around it rise other hills, low and green, with marshy ground between them. 7 of them, more or less. And that number will matter later. The world around those hills was already busy. To the north lived the Etruscans, rich and strange and clever. They built proper towns with walls and gates. They loved music and banquets. And they read the future in the livers of sheep. Their tombs were painted with dancers and dinner parties, as if death itself were one more feast. To the south, Greek settlers had planted cities along the coast of Italy, bright places full of temples and traders, and in between, in the middle of everything, sat a scatter of small Latin villages that nobody important had ever bothered to write down. Here is a small thing that became enormous. The Greeks had brought their alphabet with them, and the Etruscans borrowed it and bent it to their own tongue. The little Latin villages borrowed it in turn. Letter by letter, that borrowed alphabet became the Roman one, which means the letters you are reading this very night were passed down a chain that starts here, in these muddy villages, 3,000 years ago. Nobody involved thought they were doing anything special. That is usually how the biggest things begin. But look closer at that spot on the Tiber, because geography was about to be kind to it. Right there, by an island in the river, was one of the easiest places to cross for miles in either direction. A ford, shallow enough to wade in a dry season. Whoever held those hills held the crossing. And there was salt, down at the mouth of the river, where it met the sea. People raked salt out of drying pans on the shore. Salt was precious. It kept meat and cheese from spoiling, and every village needed it. An old track ran inland from the salt pans, along the river, past those 7 hills, up into the mountains. Shepherds and traders walked it with their mules long before anyone built anything grand. So the hills sat beside a river crossing, on a salt road, within reach of the sea. Places like that do not stay quiet forever. The Romans themselves told a very different story about their beginning. Theirs had blood and wonder in it. It is a legend, and I will tell it to you as one, because no night about Rome is complete without it. Long ago, the story says, there was an old city in the hills nearby called Alba Longa. Its king was a good man named Numitor, and he was overthrown by his own jealous brother. The brother did not dare kill him. He simply took the throne and pushed the old king into the shadows. But the old king had a daughter, and the new king feared her future children, boys who might one day grow up and want their grandfather's crown back. So he forced her to become a priestess, sworn never to marry. But the god of war himself, Mars, came to her. She bore twin boys, strong and loud. The furious king ordered the babies drowned in the Tiber. The servants could not quite bring themselves to do it. They set the twins in a basket on the flooded river and let the water decide. The water carried the basket gently along and left it under a fig tree at the foot of a hill. And there, the story says, a she-wolf found the crying babies. She did not eat them. She lay down and nursed them like her own cubs, until a shepherd named Fustulus found them and carried them home to his wife. The twins were named Romulus and Remus. They grew up as shepherds, strong and fearless, not knowing they were the grandsons of a king. They fought off cattle thieves. They gathered a band of restless young men around them. In time, the truth came out, as it always does in these stories. The brothers stormed Alba Longa. The wicked king fell, and their grandfather got his throne back. But the twins did not stay. They decided to build a city of their own, back at the place where the river had spared them, among the hills where they had herded sheep. And then the legend turns dark. The brothers could not agree on which hill the city should stand on, or which of them should give it his name. So they did what people of that age did with hard questions. They asked the birds. Each brother stood on his chosen hill from first light, watching the sky for vultures, the great slow birds that were thought to carry the will of the gods. Remus saw 6. Romulus claimed 12. Remus said he had seen his first. Romulus said he had seen more. Neither would give way. Romulus began to dig a ditch and raise a wall around his hill. The Palatine, the boys' hill, our hill. Remus came to look, still burning about the birds. He laughed at the little wall and jumped over it in one easy step to show how worthless it was, and Romulus killed him. The Romans said their city began right there, with a wall and a dead brother beside it. Romulus named the city after himself, Rome. The Romans even settled on a date for it. Counting back, their scholars decided it happened in the year 753 before Christ, on the 21st of April. For more than 1,000 years afterward, Romans celebrated that day as their city's birthday, the way you might celebrate your own. Now, is any of that true? Here is the honest answer. Almost certainly not as told. A wolf does not nurse babies, and gods do not father twins. Even Roman writers admitted the wolf part was strange. Some of them pointed out, a little awkwardly, that the same word people used for wolf was also a rude nickname for a certain kind of woman. And maybe that was how the story really started. But now comes the part I love, the part where the spades speak. In modern times, archaeologists dug into the Palatine Hill, the very hill where legend says Romulus built his wall, and under the marble and the ruins of palaces, they found something. Post holes, dark circles in the packed earth, where wooden poles once stood, the floor plans of small round huts, from roughly the same century the legend points to. Think about that for a moment. The legend said, a city began here, small and poor, in the 700s before Christ. The diggers came 27 centuries later and found the huts. Not a palace, not a wonder, just the homes of shepherds and farmers on exactly that hill, at roughly that time. The legend was not a lie. It was a memory, dressed up in a wolf skin. We even know what those huts looked like, and not only from post holes. The people of those hills burned their dead, and they placed the ashes in little clay urns. Some of those urns were made in the shape of the family's own house, little round clay huts with tiny doors and roofs marked with tiny beams. A home for the ashes, shaped like the home they had lived in. The diggers lifted them out of the earth whole. So when I tell you the boy lived in a round hut with a thatched roof, that is not a guess. His neighbours left us the model, and the famous wolf herself in Rome. Today stands an old bronze statue of a she-wolf, teeth bared, watchful, with 2 chubby bronze babies tucked beneath her. For centuries, people believed the wolf was made by the Etruscans, almost as old as Rome itself. Then scientists tested the metal. Many scholars now believe the wolf was cast far later, in the Middle Ages, more than 1,000 years after the empire fell. The babies were added later still. It hardly matters. The wolf people loved was never the bronze one. It was the story, and the story is older than any statue. There was no single founding day, of course. Many scholars believe the truth was slower and gentler. Villages on the hilltops grew. They traded. They married across the valleys. Little by little, the fences between them stopped mattering, and the marshy ground in the middle became a shared meeting place. A city was not built in a day. It condensed the way dew does, out of many small mornings like the one our shepherd boy saw. And one more thing before we leave the wolf behind. In the city's later, grander centuries, when Rome was all marble and millions, there still stood on the Palatine Hill a single small hut, round, made of sticks and mud, with a thatched roof. The Romans called it the hut of Romulus. When it burned or rotted, and it did, again and again, they carefully rebuilt it, using the old ways, sticks and thatch, and nothing more. Emperors in silk walked past that hut on their way to palaces of gold, and the hut stayed. The greatest city on earth kept a shepherd's hut in repair for centuries, right at its heart, the way a rich old man might keep his father's worn wooden toolbox on a shelf. Whatever else Rome forgot, it did not want to forget that it had once been small. So the city was born, whether by wall and blood or by slow dew. What happened next, the Romans remembered as the age of kings. 7 kings, they said, one after another, ruling for nearly 2.5 centuries. Here, too, memory and legend are tangled together. Many scholars believe some of these kings were real people, especially the later ones. But the stories about them were polished for so long that we cannot always tell the man from the myth. So take these kings the way I will give them to you, as Rome remembered them. After Romulus, they said, came Numa. Where Romulus was a fighter, Numa was quiet and wise, a man who hated war. The Romans remembered him as the king who built no armies, only altars. He organized the priests and the sacred rites, and he built a small temple to Janus, the god of doorways, with a strange rule attached. Its doors stood open whenever Rome was at war, and closed only when Rome was fully at peace. In all of Numa's long reign, they said, the doors stayed closed. In the centuries that followed, Rome would almost never manage to close them again. Numa also gave Rome a calendar, sorting the year into months. And here is a gentle piece of proof that you carry his world around with you. The old Roman year began in March, with the spring. Count from March, and the month called September is simply the 7th month. October is the 8th, November the 9th, December the 10th. That is all those names mean. 7, 8, 9, 10. The year later shifted to begin in January, but nobody ever got around to renaming the months. Your calendar still counts like a Roman shepherd. For all his peace, Rome stayed a rough place. After Numa came, a king remembered as the opposite of him in every way. Tullus, a man who loved war, the way Numa had loved quiet. Under him, the story goes, Rome finally turned on its own mother city, old Alba Longa, and swallowed it whole, moving its families down to Rome. The city of the twins outgrew the city that had once ordered them drowned. Later came Ancus, who was remembered for something humble and enormous at the same time. He built the first bridge across the Tiber. It was made of wood, pinned together without iron, so it could be cut away quickly if enemies came. A bridge sounds like a small thing, but every empire this city would ever win began with the simple power to walk dry across its own river. Then, the story goes, came kings with Etruscan names, the Tarquins. And whatever else is legend, the city that appears under their rule was suddenly no village. The marshy meeting ground between the hills was drained by a great channel, a sewer, if we are being honest, one of the first great works of Roman engineering. When the water left, the mud dried, and the space between the hills became a plaza of packed earth. That drained marsh as it had a name you already know, the Forum. For the next 1,000 years, everything that mattered in Rome would be shouted, whispered, bought, sold, judged or mourned on that one rectangle of reclaimed ground. It is a very Roman beginning. Other peoples put a temple at the center of their world. The Romans put a drained swamp and filled it with talking. A king called Servius was remembered for counting his people. The first census. Every family stood up and declared itself. How many sons, how much land, whether the father could afford a helmet, a spear, a shield, or nothing at all. The city sorted its people by what they could carry into battle. And that sorting decided everything, from taxes to voting. It sounds cold, and it was, but it was also a kind of promise. In Rome, you were never invisible. You were counted. Romans would go on counting themselves, methodically, forever, every 5 years, century after century. The walls that later carried Servius's name were mostly built after his time, many scholars believe. But the counting, that habit stuck. Rome always knew what it had. And so, by the end of the Age of Kings, the place the shepherd boy knew had changed beyond recognition. Stone was replacing mud. Temples stood on the hilltops. Traders tied up their boats where the salt track met the ford. Between the hills, in the Forum, the mud had dried and the crowds had come. Rome was now a real town among the towns of Italy. Not yet great, not yet even important, but awake. The fog still came up off the Tiber in the mornings. The sheep still grazed outside the walls. If our boy could have seen it, 3 lifetimes on, he would have known the hills, and little else. But the last of those 7 kings was a different kind of man. His own people called him the Proud. He ruled without asking, and he made Rome strong while making Romans afraid. And it was because of him, the Romans always said, that they came to hate the very word king, with a hatred that lasted 1,000 years. That story, the story of the last king and the terrible night that ended him, is where we go next. The fire is warm. Stay with me. There was a man standing waist deep in a trench, in the middle of Rome, as the light went out of the sky. His arms ached, his hands were cracked from the wet clay. All day he had filled baskets with earth, and watched them rise on ropes, and heard them come back down empty. Beside him, other men were fitting stones into the walls of a channel that seemed to have no end. He had not chosen this work. The king had chosen it for him. When the king wanted a thing built, farmers left their fields and came to dig, because saying no to this king was not something a man did twice. The channel they were digging was the great sewer, the one that would drain the marsh and keep the Forum dry for 1,000 years. The men in the trench could not know they were building something eternal. They only knew their backs hurt, and that the king never seemed satisfied, and that tomorrow there would be more baskets. It was the last age of the kings, about 1.5 centuries after the time of our shepherd boy. Rome had grown into a true city, one of the strongest in its corner of Italy. Stone temples looked down from the hilltops now. On the highest hill of all, workmen were raising the greatest temple, Rome had ever attempted. A huge house for Jupiter, king of the gods. The city had walls and markets and priests and records. And over it all sat a king the Romans would remember with a shudder for the rest of their history. His name was Tarquin, and his own people called him the Proud. The Romans told terrible stories about how he got his throne. He had married the daughter of the old king Servius, the gentle king of the census, the counter of the people, and the story goes that Tarquin and his wife did not wait politely for the old man to die. Tarquin, they said, walked into the meeting of the elders one day and simply sat down on the throne. When old Servius came hurrying to protest, Tarquin threw him bodily down the steps of the Senate house. Assassins finished the work in the street, and then came the detail the Romans could never stop telling. The old king's own daughter, Tarquin's wife, drove her carriage to see, and finding her father's body lying in the road, she did not stop. She drove over him. Rome named that street the Street of Crime, and remembered. Is every word of that true? We cannot know. It has the shape of a story, sharpened by centuries of retelling. But this is how the Romans themselves explain their last king, a man who took power by blood, in the open, and dared the city to object. Now, I should tell you what the Senate was, because it will be with us for the rest of the night. From the earliest days, Rome's kings had kept a council of old men beside them, heads of the great families. The word Senate simply comes from the Latin word for old man. They advised, they remembered, they lent a king their blessing, and their blessing made his power feel less like mere force. Tarquin ruled without them. He judged cases alone. He put men to death alone, and their property found its way to him. Senators who annoyed him had accidents. The rest learned silence. And the common people, like our man in the trench, learn that a king's great buildings are built with someone's bent back. Here is the strange thing, and it is worth saying honestly. Tarquin was not a failure as a king. Rome grew stronger under him. He won wars. He made treaties. The great temple of Jupiter rose. The great sewer worked, and parts of it are still down there tonight, under the streets of modern Rome, still carrying water in the dark. A tyrant can be effective. That was exactly what made him unbearable. And so the city held its breath, and the years passed, and the pressure grew. What finally broke it, the Romans said, was not a tax or a war. It was a crime inside one family. On one quiet night, the king had sons. The worst of them was named Sextus. During a long, dull siege of a nearby town, the young noblemen fell to boasting about their wives at home. One officer, a kinsman of the king named Collatinus, swore his wife, Lucretia, was the finest woman in Rome. The young men rode home unannounced to see whose wife was doing what. Most were found at dinners and parties. Lucretia was found at home, quietly working wool by lamplight with her servants. Collatinus won his boast, but Sextus, the king's son, saw her and wanted her. Some nights later, he came back alone and was received kindly as a guest, as a kinsman, and in the middle of the night, with a sword in his hand, he forced himself on her. Then he rode away into the dark, sure that his name and his father's crown put him beyond all reach. In most kingdoms, in most centuries, he would have been right. Lucretia did not hide what had happened. She sent riders to her father in Rome and her husband to the camp, telling each to come at once and bring one trusted friend. They found her seated in mourning clothes, dry-eyed. She told them everything, plainly. She made them swear that the man would not go unpunished. Her husband and father wept and told her she was blameless, that the guilt belonged to the guilty alone. And then, the story says, she said something like this: "You may judge me innocent. I do not release myself." And she drew a knife from her clothes and ended her life in front of them. I will pause here because you should know what you are hearing. Many scholars doubt we can treat Lucretia as recorded fact. Her story is the Romans' own founding parable, told and retold until every line gleamed. But listen to what the parable says, because it tells you who the Romans wanted to be. The martyr of the revolution was not a general. It was a wronged woman who valued her honesty above her life. And the crime that ended monarchy in Rome was not a lost battle. It was a king's son treating a person as a possession. Among the men in that lamplit room was a friend of the family named Brutus. All Rome knew him as a harmless dullard. His own name meant something like the slow one, and he had worn it on purpose. The old king had already killed his brother, you see, and clever nephews did not live long. So Brutus had spent years playing the fool, smiling vacantly, giving no one a reason to fear him. It kept him alive. Now, in that room, the fool set down his mask. Brutus took the knife from Lucretia's body, held it up still red, and swore an oath on her blood. No king would rule in Rome again. Not Tarquin, not his criminal sons, not any man who would ever again call himself king of the Romans. The grieving husband and father stared at him, this dull man suddenly speaking like fire. And then they swore it too. Stop and feel how unlikely that moment is. 4 grieving people in a lamplit room, in a small city, in the middle of the night. No army, no plan, only an oath over a knife. Most oaths like that dissolve by morning. This one removed a royal house and invented a form of government that would carry a city to the ends of the earth. History sometimes turns in parliaments and on battlefields, and sometimes it turns in somebody's bedroom among people who have been crying. They carried Lucretia's body down to the public square of her town, and then the news, and the body, and the oath came to Rome itself. Brutus, who as it happened held an old office that let him summon the people, called the city together in the forum. He stood over the bier and spoke, not only of Lucretia, but of everything: the murdered old king, the bent backs in the trenches, the executions without trial. Everything Rome had swallowed in silence for a generation came up at once. The city rose, not in a riot, but in something stranger and colder. An agreement. The gates were shut. The king, who was away at the siege, rode home to find the walls of his own city closed against him. The gates barred. His family expelled. The army at the siege heard the news and made its choice. And it did not choose Tarquin. The revolution, as the Romans told it, was almost bloodless in the city itself. Rome did not tear its king down. It simply, finally, refused him. The Romans kept a date for this too, as they always did. 509 years before Christ, by the count they settled on. And now comes the interesting part, the part that makes this one of the great chapters in the human story. Getting rid of a king is easy. History is full of fallen kings. The hard question is the next morning. If not a king, then what? No one had a map for this. What the Romans built was deliberately strange, and its strangeness was the whole point. They took the powers of a king and split them between two men, called consuls. Two, so that neither was ever alone at the top. Each consul could simply say no to the other, and the no always beat the yes, and they held power for one single year. Then they stepped down into the crowd and lived under the same laws as everyone else, alongside the people they had judged and commanded. Kings rule for life, and that is precisely what the Romans were trying never to allow again. Power in Rome would from now on be something you borrowed, briefly, with a partner, in front of everyone. They had a name for this new arrangement. They called it res publica, the public thing, the thing that belongs to everyone. Say res publica a little quickly, and you can hear the word we still use. Republic. It was born here, in a city of maybe 30 or 40,000 people, on a muddy river in Italy, out of one family's grief. How deeply did the hatred of kings go? Let me give you two measures. First, for the next 500 years, the deadliest accusation in Roman politics was not thief and not even traitor. It was this man wants to be king. Careers died of that sentence. Men died of it. Even centuries later, when Rome came to be ruled by emperors in everything but name, those emperors still would not touch the title. King was the one word the master of the world did not dare say about himself. And there was a third measure, my favorite, because it is small and strange and true. Rome's religion had old rites that only a king could perform, sacrifices the gods expected from royal hands. The Republic could not simply skip them. Gods do not accept excuses. So the Romans invented a harmless little office called the King of Sacred Things. He performed the old royal rituals, and he was banned by law from holding any political office, from commanding any soldier, from addressing any assembly. They kept a king the way you might keep a wasp in a jar. Every year, too, they held a festival whose name meant the flight of the king, remembering the day Tarquin was shut out. Centuries later, Romans still celebrated it without quite remembering the details. It had become what it needed to be, a habit of the heart. Second, the Romans told one more story about Brutus, the liberator, who became one of the first two consuls. Within the year, a plot was uncovered to sneak the Tarquins back onto the throne. Among the plotters were two young men named Brutus, his own sons. As consul, it fell to him to judge them, and he did not step aside. He sat, the Romans said, with a still face, and watched the sentence carried out. Many scholars believe this too is parable more than record, but it is the parable Rome chose to carve over the door of its republic. The public thing comes first, before the king and before your own blood. Picture the first morning of it, two men in white cloaks walking into the forum, side by side, neither in front. Before them walked attendants carrying bundles of rods, the old symbol that power was present. The crowd watched carefully. Everyone understood that something new was being tried, and no one knew if it would last a year. It nearly did not. Tarquin did not go quietly. He was a king, he was rich, and he had friends. He tried plots first, like the one that cost Brutus his sons. When plots failed, he brought armies. Brutus himself died in battle against the Tarquins' cause. Fighting, the story says. One of the king's sons, the two of them killing each other with a kind of terrible symmetry. Then Tarquin found a bigger friend, a powerful Etruscan lord named Porsenna, who marched on Rome to put him back. From that war, the Romans kept their favorite legend of all. An enemy column rushed the wooden bridge over the Tiber, the old bridge from the age of Ancus. One Roman soldier, Horatius, planted himself on the far end, alone, and held the crossing while his comrades hacked the bridge down behind him. When it fell, he threw himself into the river in full armor and swam home through a rain of spears. From that same war, the Romans kept a quieter legend too, and it belongs to a girl. When the fighting paused, Rome handed over hostages, as the custom was, and among them was a young woman named Clelia. She did not wait to be ransomed. The story says she slipped out of the enemy camp, led the other girls down to the Tiber, and swam them across under a rain of spears, home to Rome. Porsenna was furious, then thoughtful, then openly admiring. He asked for her back, and when Rome honorably returned her, he freed her himself and let her choose other hostages to take home with her. The Romans raised a statue of her on horseback on their most sacred street. For centuries, in a city that mostly carved statues of stern old men, there she was, a girl on a horse, going home. Did any of it happen? The Romans love these stories too much for us to be sure. And here is an honest wrinkle I owe you. Some ancient writers hint, and many scholars believe, that Porsenna may actually have taken the city for a time, and the bridge story grew up to soften the memory. Either way, what matters is, what did not happen? The Tarquins never ruled Rome again. The old king wandered from court to court, growing older and less welcome, and died far from the city, a guest at other men's tables. So the doors of the little temple of Janus stood open, war after war, and the young republic lived from one crisis to the next. Rome, without its king, was smaller in the world, at least at first. Kings had made alliances with kings, and those melted away. Enemies tested the city from every side. Some years it must have seemed only a matter of time before the experiment failed, and some strong man, foreign or Roman, sat back down on the empty throne. But the experiment did not fail. The public thing held year after year, pair of consuls after pair of consuls, like a fire passed carefully from hand to hand. The Romans began to feel that their freedom, as they called it, was the secret of their strength. A man fights differently, they said, when he is fighting for something that is partly his. And yet, if you had climbed down from the speaker's platform in the forum in those years and asked the man in the trench, the digger of baskets, the farmer with the cracked hands, how much of the public thing belonged to him, he might have laughed at you. The king was gone, the great families remained, the debts remained, the whippings for debt remained. Freedom, it turned out, had been won by everyone and collected by a few. The poor of Rome noticed, and what they did about it, no people had ever quite done before. They did not burn the city. They did something far more unsettling. They left it, but that is the next part of the story. Rest now. The fire has settled, and the river below the hill runs quiet in the dark. One day, in the young republic, an old man stumbled into the forum, and the market crowd turned to look at him. He was pale and filthy, his beard wild, his clothes hanging in rags. But some of the older men recognized him. He had been a soldier. More than that, he had been an officer, a man who had commanded a company in Rome's wars. The old soldier climbed onto a bench and pulled back his tunic. On his chest were the scars of battle, earned facing the enemy. Then he turned around. On his back were fresh marks of the whip. The crowd went very quiet. He told his story, and the Romans never forgot it. So I will tell it to you the way they told it. While he was away at war, his farm had been burned in an enemy raid. His cattle were driven off. When he came home, there was nothing. So he borrowed to replant, as farmers do. Then came a bad harvest and taxes, and the debt grew teeth. In the end, the law handed him to his creditor. Not his farm, him. The lender had put him in chains and set him to work, and whipped him when he stumbled. A soldier of Rome, whipped like an animal by a fellow Roman, according to law. The crowd in the forum began to shout. Men poured in from the streets. Other debtors, hearing the noise, broke from their houses of bondage, chains and all, and showed their own backs. The city boiled like a pot. To understand that anger and everything that came from it, you need to know how the young republic was really put together. Getting rid of the king had made Rome free. It had not made Romans equal, and everyone knew it. There were two kinds of Roman. At the top sat the patricians, the old families, the ones who claimed their bloodlines ran back to the fathers of the city. They held the priesthoods, they read the sacred signs, they filled the senate and the high offices. The patrician did not need to be rich, though most were. He needed only to be born. Everyone else, which is to say almost everyone, was a plebeian, a pleb, farmers, shepherds, potters, porters, bakers, boatmen on the river. Also, quietly, some families of real wealth who happened to lack the sacred bloodline. The plebs fought in the army. The plebs paid the taxes. The plebs dug the ditches and pulled the harvests and buried the dead. What they did not do in those first years was rule. The public thing belonged to everyone in the phrase. In practice, a few hundred families held it in their hands, and there was a machine grinding the plebs down, year after year. And it was war. Rome, in those decades, was surrounded by enemies, and the doors of the Temple of Janus almost never closed. Every summer, the farmer soldier marched out. Every summer, his fields waited, half tended. A rich man's land was worked by others while he served. A poor man's land simply suffered. One bad year and he borrowed. 2 bad years and the debt owned him. The oldest Roman debt law was as hard as anything in the ancient world. A man could pledge his own body as security. When he failed to pay, he could be seized, bound, and made to labor. The Romans had a word for a free citizen in that condition, and the condition was common enough to need a word. That is the fact to hold on to, common enough to need a word. So, the city boiled, and the patricians managed, and promised, and delayed, the way ruling classes do. Reform was always coming up and never arriving. A consul would soothe the crowds to fill the army for one more war, and after the victory, the promises would quietly die. It went on like that for years, and then the plebs did the thing that nobody expected. The thing, as far as we know, that nobody had ever quite done before. They did not riot. They did not burn the granaries or storm the Senate house. One day, when the army was needed yet again, the plebs of Rome simply walked out of the city. Thousands of them, soldiers, farmers, craftsmen, porters, whole families, out the gates in a long, quiet column. They climbed a hill a few miles away, across the river Onio, a place remembered ever after as the Sacred Mount. They pitched a camp. dug a ditch around it in good military order, and they sat down and did nothing at all. The Romans kept a date for this, as they kept dates for everything. By their count, it happened around 494 years before Christ, barely 15 years after the last king fled. I will tell you now once, and it stands for the whole night. Many scholars believe the details of these early dates and speeches were polished centuries later. The bones of the story, the walkout, and what it won are what matter. Think about what the walkout meant. The patricians woke to a city gone still. No smiths hammering, no carts groaning up from the river port, no bread, no recruits mustering on the field of Mars. The great families stood in their fine houses, surrounded by a silence that asked them a simple question. What exactly do you rule if the people are not in it? Up on the sacred mount, meanwhile, the strangest camp in Italy settled into a rhythm. The plebs had brought their army discipline with them because they were the army. Sentries walked the ditch at night. Families shared out bread and beans by cook fires. Men who had marched together in the legions now sat together on the grass, in their tent rows, doing the most dangerous thing poor people can do, which is talking to each other. Nobody stole. Nobody rushed the city. The strikers understood, without anyone writing it down, that their whole case rested on being more orderly than the men who ruled them. An army could not fix this. You cannot spear a work stoppage, and the enemies on every border made the arithmetic brutal. Without the plebs, there were no legions. And without legions, Rome might not see another spring. The first general strike in recorded history had the city by the throat, gently, without a single blade drawn. So the Senate sent a negotiator, and they chose him well. Menenius was old, plain-spoken, and plebeian-born, a man both sides trusted. The story says he walked up the sacred mount and told the strikers a fable, the way you would tell it to children around a fire. Once upon a time, he said, the parts of the body got angry at the belly. The hand said, we do all the work. The mouth said, I do all the chewing, and the belly just sits there, taking everything and giving nothing. So the parts of the body went on strike. The hands stopped lifting food, the mouth stayed shut, and within days, the whole body, hands and mouth and all, grew weak and pale and began to die, because the belly, it turned out, had been feeding them all along, turning bread into the blood that kept every limb alive. We can smile at the fable. The strikers on the hill may have smiled too, since it is not hard to notice who gets to be the belly in that story. But behind the fable came something real. The Senate offered terms, real ones. The plebs would come home. In exchange, they would get officers of their very own. They were called tribunes of the plebs. Patricians could not hold the office. The tribune's door stood open day and night, and any citizen being wronged could run to it, and the tribune's person was declared sacred and untouchable. To lay hands on a tribune was to be cursed before the gods, a thing any man might kill you for, lawfully. The plebs gave their new institution a home too, and the geography is lovely. Of the hills of Rome, they took the Aventine, the southern hill, the one that legend said Remus had chosen, the losing brothers' hill. There stood the temple of Ceres, the grain goddess, the goddess of the people who actually grew the food. That temple became the plebs' own treasury and record house. Fines owed to the people were paid there. Copies of decrees were kept there, where patrician hands could not quietly edit them. The great families had the capital and its golden temple of Jupiter. The plebs had the grain goddess and the losing brothers' hill. And they made it enough. The tribune carried one great weapon, and it was not a sword. He could stop things. He could plant himself, one man, in front of the consuls, in front of the whole Senate of Rome, and forbid, halt a law, halt a levy, halt an arrest. The Latin word for I forbid was veto. One syllable of one man's voice, and the whole machine of state stood still. That word has been sitting in the world's parliaments ever since, and it was won by tired farmers sitting on a hillside. Now the plebs were back inside the walls, with guards of their own. But one great unfairness remained, and it was a quiet one. The law itself was invisible. Nothing was written where a man could see it. The law lived in the memories of patrician priests. And when your case came up, the law turned out to say whatever the man judging you remembered it saying. Losing a lawsuit, you could at least understand. Losing it to a rule no one would show you. That eats the soul. So the plebs pushed for years in that patient grinding way of theirs, until Rome did something that changed the texture of civilization. Around 450 years before Christ, a board of 10 men was set up to write the law down, all of it. They studied, they argued, and they hammered the law of Rome onto tablets, 12 of them in the end, and set them up in the forum, in the open, where any citizen could stand and read every rule he lived and died under. The 12 tables were not gentle laws. They came from a hard world, and some of them make painful reading now. But listen to the plain music of the ones that survive. If a man is summoned to court, he must go. If he breaks another man's bone, he pays this much. And it is written how much. Roads shall be kept in repair. Even the roads made it in, you notice. The point was never that every law was kind. The point was that the law now had a body. It stood in the square, in front of everyone. The same words in the morning as at night. The same for the powerful as for the poor. A patrician judge could still cheat you, but now the whole forum could watch him do it. Roman children were still memorizing the 12 tables by heart 4 centuries later, the way other peoples memorized prayers. Cicero, the great lawyer of a much later Rome, tells us he chanted them as a schoolboy, the whole class singing the old laws together like a song. That tells you what the Romans thought they had. Not regulations, a birthright. I owe you the crooked part of the story too, because the tables were born with a scar. The 10 men appointed to write the laws like power more than was healthy. When their work was done, the story goes, they refused to step down. Their leader, a proud patrician of the Claudian family, began to behave like 10 kings rolled into one, and his abuses finally struck at an ordinary plebeian household in a way the city could not forgive. So the plebs reached for their proven tool. They walked out again. The whole hillside ritual repeated, and the 10 men fell. Even the writing of the law, you see, had to be rescued by the people it was written for. The Romans told that part on purpose. They wanted their children to know the price of the tables and who had paid it. And while the plebs were winning the law, the Republic was fighting for its life all around. And out of those little wars came the story Rome loved best about itself. I will give it to you here, because this is its home. the age of the citizen farmer. There was a senator named Cincinnatus who had known better days. He was down to a few acres across the Tiber, which he ploughed himself, his own hands on the handles. One year, a Roman army got itself trapped in the hills by an enemy, penned in a valley with the passes blocked. Panic reached the city, and in that emergency, the Romans reached for an old tool of theirs. In a true crisis, they could name one-man dictator, a single commander whose word, for 6 months and not a day longer, outranked everything. The messengers of the Senate crossed the river and found Cincinnatus in his field, dusty, sweating behind the plough. They asked him, the story says, to put on his toga first, because the message was solemn. His wife ran to fetch it. He wiped his hands, dressed, and heard them out. Then the farmer took command of Rome. He raised a relief force, marched, broke the siege, and beat the enemy in about as much time as it takes to tell it. Rome poured out to cheer him. Every temptation of power lay in his open hand, with months of absolute authority still owed to him. Cincinnatus held the dictatorship for 15 or 16 days. Then he laid it down, walked back across the river, and finished his ploughing. Many scholars believe the tale grew finer with the telling, and it surely did. But Rome told it for 1,000 years, to every child, as the measure of a public man. Power is a tool you borrow. You use it for the job. You give it back. 22 centuries later, when the first president of the United States gave up his command and went home to his farm, the men of that age reached for one name to praise him, and the name was Cincinnatus. His statue stands today in the American city called Cincinnati, which carries his name, a plough beside him, handing back the symbols of power. The farmer at his plough outlasted every king who ever gripped a throne too hard. The struggle between the orders did not end on the sacred mount, or with the tables. It ground on, politely and impolitely, for 2 more centuries. The plebs used their walkout again when they had to. Each generation pried another door open. The ban on marriage between the orders fell. Then the treasury offices opened and the army commands. Then a law said 1 consul every year could be a plebeian, and soon one was. Priesthoods followed, the last locked room in the house. And around 287 years before Christ, after one final walkout, it was settled that what the assembly of the plebs voted was law, full law, binding on everyone, patrician and pleb alike. Notice something about all of this, because it is rare, and it is the reason Rome is worth a whole night of your sleep. Across 200 years of this struggle, with tempers high and stakes enormous, the plebs never once put up a king against the republic, and the patricians never once managed to put the plebs back down. The city bent over and over and did not break. Romans began to believe their state was different, tougher than other states, tempered like a blade by all that hammering. The belly and the hands had worked it out. They would need every bit of that toughness, because while Rome argued with itself in the Forum, far away to the north, whole peoples were on the move, tall warriors the Romans barely knew, from beyond the mountains, restless and hungry, and coming south. The city that had just learned to trust itself was about to be burned to the ground. But that is for the next fire and the next chapter of the night. The tables stand quiet in the dark forum. The old farmer sleeps beside his field. Rest with them a while. It began with dust on the northern road. The watchers on the walls of Rome saw it first. A long smudge rising into the summer evening. Then, under the dust, people, farm families with everything they could carry. Carts stacked with children and chickens. Herdsmen driving their animals at a run. All of them coming south, toward the city, as fast as tired legs could move. And from the walls, the watchers must have asked the question you would ask. Where is the army? An army had marched north just days before, the largest Rome could gather. It had gone out to stop something, and the dust on the road was the answer. There was no army anymore. This is the story of the worst day Rome had known, and of the strange, stubborn morning after it. It happened, by the Roman count, 390 years before Christ, give or take, when the Republic was barely a century old. Rome, by then, was the strongest city in its neighborhood, proud of its laws and its legions. It was about to learn how the world feels when the legions lose. The people coming down that road were running from the Gauls. You and I would call them Celts. They were peoples of the great European heartlands from beyond the Alps, and for a generation they had been spilling south over the mountains into the rich flat country of northern Italy, drawn by good land and, the ancients said, by wine. To the Mediterranean peoples, they were terrifying in a way that is almost hard to explain. They were tall, taller than Italians, pale and wild-haired. They fought half-naked, roaring, with long slashing swords. They took the heads of enemies as trophies. Cities knew how to fight cities. Nobody in Italy quite knew how to fight a moving people. One Gallic warband, tens of thousands strong under a chief named Brennus, had come down the peninsula that summer. Rome's army met them at a little river called the Allia, a few miles north of the city. What happened next was less a battle than a shattering. The Gauls hit the Roman line like a wave hitting a sandcastle. The legions broke and ran, some to the ruined city of Veii, some drowning in the Tiber in their armor. The road to Rome lay open. The date of the Allia was marked unlucky in Roman calendars for centuries, a day on which no public business should ever be done. What followed in the city was a strange, hollow quiet. There could be no defense of the long walls. There were not enough swords left to man them. So Rome made a bitter choice. The fighting men who remained, with the Senate and the sacred objects of the temples, withdrew to the one place that could be held, the capital, the steep fortress hill at the city's heart. Everything else, the whole beloved city of the tables and the tribunes, would be abandoned to the enemy. The rest of the people fled to the countryside and the friendly towns nearby. The Romans told one detail about that evacuation that I want you to have, because it shows you their idea of dignity. Some of the oldest senators, men past fighting age, refused to crowd onto the capital and eat food the defenders would need. Instead, they dressed in the robes of the offices they had held in their prime. Then each man carried his ceremonial chair to the doorway of his own house and sat down in it, in the open street, to wait. When the Gauls poured through the gates the next day, they found a city silent and empty, doors standing open, and here and there, in the doorways, these motionless old men in white and purple, staring straight ahead. For a while, the story says, the warriors hardly dared approach them. They looked like statues of gods. Finally, one Gaul reached out, carefully, and tugged an old senator's beard, perhaps to see if he was real. The old man struck him across the head with his ivory staff, and the spell broke, and the sack began. Rome burned, not every stone of it, but street after street, house after house. From the capital, the defenders watched the smoke of their own city rise for days. And then the siege settled in, week after week, through a hungry summer. One night, the Gauls nearly ended the story of Rome altogether. And it is here that the Geese come in. On a moonlit night, Gallic climbers found a path up the cliffs of the capital, a route so steep the Romans had barely bothered to guard it. Hand over hand, quiet as thieves, they came up the rock. The sentries heard nothing. Even the dogs, the story says, slept on. But on the capital stood the temple of Juno, the queen of the gods, and around her temple lived her sacred geese. Birds the hungry defenders had not dared to eat. Siege or no siege, geese are light sleepers and born alarmists, as anyone who has ever kept them knows. When the first Gallic hand came over the edge of the rock, the geese exploded into honking and beating wings. A soldier named Manlius woke first, grabbed his weapons, and reached the cliff edge just as the first climber stood up. He knocked the man backward off the rock, and the falling body swept the climbers below him off the cliff face. The whole garrison came up shouting. The night attack collapsed. The geese of Juno had out-sentryed every man and dog on the hill, and Rome never forgot it. For centuries afterward, the city kept sacred geese in comfort at public expense, the way a family keeps the portrait of an ancestor who once saved the house. Is the goose story true? It is the kind of story a people polishes in the telling, and many scholars hold it at arm's length. But the Romans believed it with all their hearts, and it is too good a nighttime story to leave out of a night like this. Since we are being honest tonight, I will tell you how the story of Manlius, the Goose Night hero, ends, because it is very Roman, and not in the comfortable way. In the hard years after the sack, Manlius took up the cause of the city's debtors, spending his own fortune to free men from their chains. The great families watched him gathering the grateful poor around his house, and they reached for the oldest weapon in the Roman armory. They accused him of aiming at kingship. He was tried, condemned, and thrown to his death from the cliffs of the capital. From the same rock, the Romans grimly noted that he had once defended in the dark the city that owed him its life, executed him for being loved too much by the wrong people. Rome could be saved by a man on Tuesday and frightened of him by Friday. Keep that in a corner of your mind. It will explain a great deal much later in this night. In the end, it was not swords that decided things. It was hunger on both sides. The defenders on the hill were starving slowly, but the Gauls, camped in a burned city in the Italian summer heat, were sick and restless, and word had come that their new lands in the north needed them. Both sides were ready to make a deal, and the deal was as blunt as the age. The Gauls would leave for 1,000 pounds of gold. The gold was brought, and the weighing began in front of everyone. And the Romans noticed that the weights on the Gallic scale were false, heavier than marked, so that Rome would pay far more than the price agreed. They protested. And Brennus, the Gallic chief, gave them an answer that rang in Rome's ears for the rest of its history. He unbuckled his great sword and threw it, belt and all, onto the weights, making the debt heavier still. And he said, in effect, 2 words, Vae victis, woe to the defeated. The defeated pay what the winner says they pay. That was the whole law of the world in one gesture. Rome swallowed it, paid, and watched the Gauls march away north with their gold. The Romans later told rescue stories, a hero arriving at the last moment to cancel the shameful payment. Many scholars believe those endings were invented afterward to soothe the scar. The scar itself was real. Rome had been sacked, and had knelt, and had paid. Now here is where this chapter truly begins, because the interesting thing about Rome was never that it fell down. Everyone falls down. The interesting thing is what it did next. First, the Romans refused the easy road. With the city in ashes, a serious faction argued for abandoning the site altogether and moving everyone to Veii, the fine conquered city nearby, whole and empty and waiting. The debate was real, and it was close. In the end, Rome chose the harder thing. It stayed, and it rebuilt on its own ashes. It rebuilt in a frantic hurry, though, and that hurry left a mark you could see for 1,000 years. The state handed out roof tiles and let every family build fast. Anywhere, anyhow. Houses went up over old property lines, over the neat old street plan, over parts of the sewers. The result was the tangled, crooked, glorious mess that visitors to Rome remarked on for the rest of antiquity, the capital of the world, and its streets wandered like goat paths. Whenever a Roman tripped over that crookedness, he was touching the year of the Gauls. Second, Rome armoured itself. In the decades after the sack, the city raised the great stone circuit men, later called the Walls of Servius. Miles of massive blocks, some of them still standing in Rome today, beside a modern railway station, where commuters walked past them with coffee, and the army that had shattered at the Olia was rebuilt joint by joint. Looser, more flexible formations, better javelins, harder training. The Gauls came south again more than once in the next century. They never took Rome again. But the third answer was the deepest one, and it is the reason this chapter sits at the hinge of the whole night. Rome answered its fear with roads. In the year 312 before Christ, a censor named Appius Claudius, a hard, brilliant, unreasonable man of the same proud family we keep meeting, began the 2 greatest construction projects Rome had yet attempted. One brought clean water into the city along a covered channel, the first aqueduct, and we will have more to say about aqueducts later in the night. The other was a road running south from Rome toward Capua, straight as a ruled line across plains and marshes that had never held anything straighter than a goat track. They called it the Via Appia, the Appian Way, after him. The Romans themselves came to call it the Queen of Roads. And I want to slow down here, because a Roman road deserves to be built slowly in the mind, layer by layer, like the thing itself. First, the surveyors, sighting from ridge to ridge, refusing to bend for any hill they could cut through instead. Then the diggers, cutting a trench the width of the road down to solid ground. Into the trench went big stones for bone. Onto the bone went smaller stone and broken rubble, packed tight. Then gravel, or concrete in later ages, rammed down hard. And on top, the paving, great flat polygonal blocks fitted together like puzzle pieces, crowned in the middle, so the rain ran off into ditches on either side, mile after mile after mile, by hand. A road like that does not wash out in the spring. A road like that carries an army in any weather, carries the mail, carries the grain wagon and the farmer's cart, and the marching legion and the mule of the salt trader, all year, for centuries. Stretches of the Appian Way are still there tonight, under the Italian sky, still bearing weight after 23 centuries. People walk on them for pleasure now, under the pines, along the finished road. At every 1,000 paces stood a stone pillar as tall as a man, carved with the distance. A Roman mile was 1,000 paces of a marching soldier, and the milestones counted them off, one by one, all the way back to the city. A traveller anywhere on that road always knew exactly how far he stood from Rome. In time, as road joined road across the world, every milestone on every one of them counted from the same centre. People still say that all roads lead to Rome. For a few centuries, on the evidence of the stones themselves, that was simply true. Remember the worn dirt track below the Shepherd Boys' Hill, the salt path that started everything. This is that track grown up. The Gauls had taught Rome that distance was danger, that the north could arrive before the news of it. The road was Rome's answer. Never again would the world arrive faster than Rome could. And the roads carried something subtler than soldiers. In the century after the sack, Rome fought its way, war by patient war, to the mastery of the Italian peninsula. But what it built as it went was stranger than an empire, and cleverer. A defeated Italian city was not usually burned or enslaved. It was signed up. It kept its own laws and leaders, gave Rome its friendship and its soldiers, and received in return a share, larger or smaller, in the Roman thing itself. Trade rights, marriage rights, for some, in time, citizenship, whole towns of former enemies becoming Romans with a stroke. No one had ever run a conquest quite like this. The Greeks kept their conquered subjects as subjects. Rome, city by city, turned the defeated into partners with something to lose, and stitched them together with those roads. Every war Rome won made its next army bigger. Italy became not a territory Rome held down, but a body Rome had grown. That body got its first great test from over the sea. A Greek king named Pyrrhus, a cousin of Alexander the Great's line, and one of the finest generals alive, crossed to Italy with a professional army and 20 war elephants, animals no Roman had ever seen. Twice he met the legions, and twice he beat them, the elephants scattering the Roman cavalry like ponies. But each victory cost him men he could not replace, while beaten Rome refilled its ranks from that deep Italian well. And its allied cities, watching his agents ride past, kept their gates shut and their treaties kept. After the second battle, surveying his own casualties, Pyrrhus is said to have remarked that one more victory like that would ruin him. People still say Pyrrhic victory today, 23 centuries on, for a win that costs more than it gains. His peace envoy came to Rome with honeyed terms and, the story says, nearly persuaded the exhausted Senate. Then old Appius Claudius, the road builder himself, ancient now and blind, had himself carried into the Senate house by his sons. He did not flatter them. Rome, he said, does not negotiate while a foreign king stands in arms on Italian soil. The Senate found its spine. Pyrrhus fought one more bloody, useless round and sailed home. The road builder's road, you notice, had already outlasted the elephants. It usually does. So by the 270s before Christ, the city the Gauls had burned ruled Italy from the Po Valley's edge to the toe of the boot, not as a master with a whip, but as the head of a family of cities, bound by roads and treaties and shared soldiering. The goose-saved, gold-shamed, crooked-streeted town had become one of the powers of the world, though the world had barely noticed yet. One power had noticed, however. Across a narrow strip of sea in Africa stood a city of sailors and merchants, older than Rome, richer than Rome, with the finest navy on earth, and trading posts on every coast. Its name was Carthage. For centuries it had been Rome's polite, distant friend. But the toe of Italy points at Sicily like a finger, and Sicily was where their two worlds touched. The next chapter is the collision. It will bring us mountains and snow and a man with elephants who nearly ends this whole story. Settle deeper into the pillow. The geese are quiet on the capital. The new road runs south under the stars, pale and straight, waiting for morning. Far away from Rome, in a torch-lit temple in Africa, a 9-year-old boy stood with his hand on an altar. His father stood over him. The father was a general, about to sail to Spain to rebuild his country's fortunes, and the boy had begged to come along. "You may come," the father said, "if you swear." And so the boy, being 9 and wanting badly to go, put his small hand on the stone and swore the oath his father asked of him, that he would never be a friend to Rome. The boy's name was Hannibal. The Romans would spend the next 60 years learning what that oath was worth. Mothers in Italy would hush children with his name long after he was dead. And the story of Rome, which we have watched grow from a hut village into the master of Italy, very nearly ends in this chapter. In an afternoon, in a wheat field by an Italian river. Let me set the board for you. On one side, Rome, which you know by now, a city of farmers and laws, master of Italy, its strength on land, in those stubborn legions and that deep well of allied manpower. On the other side, Carthage, a city of sailors and merchants on the coast of modern Tunisia, founded by Phoenician traders centuries before Romulus was a rumour. Carthage was rich the way Rome was stubborn, constitutionally. Its harbours were engineering marvels. Its trading posts dotted every western coast. Its navy ruled the sea between them without argument. For a long time, the two cities were distant friends. Their worlds barely touched, and they signed polite treaties. But between them lay the island of Sicily, wealthy, Greek, and quarrelsome, close enough to the toe of Italy to swim to, almost, when a small, dirty local squabble in a Sicilian port town drew in both powers. Around 264 years before Christ, neither quite chose the war that followed. They stumbled into it. It lasted 23 years, the first of 3 wars between them, and men who marched in its first campaign had grandsons in its last. The astonishing thing about that first war is what Rome did to fight it. Rome had no navy worth the name. Carthage had the finest on earth. So the Romans, in a move of almost comic nerve, found a wrecked Carthaginian warship that had washed ashore, took it apart, and copied it, plank by plank. 60 ships, then 100, then more. Crews learned to row on wooden benches set up on dry land, practicing the strokes in the dust while their ships were still treated. And because Roman sailors could not outsail the Carthaginians and knew it, they refused to fight the sailors' war. They fitted their ships with a heavy boarding bridge, a plank with an iron beak that slammed down onto an enemy's deck and locked the two ships together. The moment it fell, the sea battle died, and a land battle began on the floating plank. And land battles were the thing Rome knew. The proud navy of Carthage found itself, ship after ship, hosting Roman infantry. It was ugly, unfair, and it worked. The sea itself made Rome pay for the lesson. Across that first long war, storms sank more Roman ships than Carthage ever did. Whole fleets went down in single nights off the Sicilian coast. Hundreds of ships, tens of thousands of rowers, gone between dusk and dawn. Any other state would have taken the heat and stayed ashore. Rome grieved, taxed itself, and built another fleet. Then another. The Carthaginians were fighting so hard, they slowly realized they were fighting something at a time. The first war ended with Carthage exhausted and Sicily in Roman hands. The peace that followed was a resentful pause. And in Spain, the beaten general we met in the temple built his family a new power base of silver mines and hard soldiers. When he died, and his sons came of age, the eldest took command of the army of Spain by acclamation. Hannibal, the boy from the altar, was 26. What he did next is one of the most famous decisions in military history. Everyone knew the next war was coming. Everyone knew Rome would fight it comfortably, using its navy to pick the battlefields. So Hannibal declined to wait for that war. In the spring of 218 before Christ, he marched out of Spain with tens of thousands of infantry and cavalry, and 37 war elephants, and turned toward Italy, by land, the long way, over the Pyrenees, across the great rivers of Gaul, and then over the Alps themselves, with autumn snow already falling on the passes. No sane man attacked Italy from the north. The mountains were the wall of the world. That was precisely why he did it. The march was a horror that became a legend. Elephants ferried across the Rhone River on huge earth-covered rafts. So the animals would think they were still standing on land, mountain tribes rolling boulders down onto the column in the high passes. Snow, and then old snow under new snow, where the path turned to glass and pack animals slid screaming into the gorges. At one point, the story says, a landslide blocked the track entirely, and the army cracked the rock apart by heating it with fire and dousing it with sour wine, hacking a road out of the mountainside. When Hannibal finally came down into the Po Valley, he had lost perhaps half the army he started with. The elephants fared worst of all, but he was in Italy. The war would be fought in Rome's house. Rome sent an army to swat him. At the river Trebia, in December sleet, Hannibal drew it across freezing water onto ground he had chosen, with a hidden force waiting in a streambed behind it, and took it apart. Rome sent another. At Lake Trasimene, in morning fog, he hid his entire army in the hills above the shore road, and when the Roman column had strung itself out along the water, the hills came alive. An army of many thousands ceased to exist between breakfast and noon. It remains, many scholars note, one of the largest ambushes ever sprung on anyone. Rome, at last, took him seriously. The city named a dictator, an old man named Fabius, and Fabius did the one thing Hannibal could not answer. He refused to fight. He shadowed the invader from the high ground, burned the crops ahead of him, cut off his foragers, and would not come down, month after month. Romans jeered at their own commander. They called him the delayer, and they did not mean it kindly. Young hotheads accused him of cowardice, while Italian farms burned below his camp. But the delayer understood something the hotheads did not. Hannibal, loose in Italy, won any battle he was given. So the answer was to give him none. Rome's patience lasted a year and a half, which for Rome was a miracle, and then snapped. The city raised the largest army in its history, 8 legions and their allies, perhaps 80,000 men, under both consuls at once, and sent it to find Hannibal and end him. It found him in the south, near a village called Cannae, on a flat plain by a river, in the high summer of 216 before Christ. I will tell you what happened at Cannae, slowly and quietly, because it deserves gravity, not noise, and because men still study that afternoon in war colleges on every continent. Hannibal was outnumbered nearly 2 to 1 in infantry. He arranged his line in a way that looked like a mistake. His weakest troops, Gauls and Spaniards, pushed forward in a bulge at the very centre. His hard African veterans held back at the two ends. His superb cavalry on the wings. The Roman mass came on like a piston, straight into the bulge, and the bulge did what weak troops do. It bent backward. The Romans, feeling it give, pushed deeper, tens of thousands of them, packing tighter and tighter into the pocket as it folded around them. And then, the trap breathed in. The African veterans on the ends turned inward, like 2 doors closing. Hannibal's cavalry, having swept the Roman horsemen from the field, arrived at the Roman rear and shut it. The greatest army Rome ever fielded was now a crowd, pressed so tight, the ancients said, that men could not raise their arms to use their weapons. The rest is not a battle, and I will not paint it. By evening, most of that army was gone. Something like 50,000 Romans and allies died on that one afternoon. Among them, a consul and dozens of senators who had marched as officers. The ancients said that after the field was cleared, Hannibal's men gathered the gold rings worn by Roman noblemen and poured them out on the floor of the Senate House of Carthage by the basketful. By every rule of ancient war, the story ends here. A power that loses its grand army sues for peace. Hannibal's officers urged him to march on Rome itself, and one of them, when Hannibal hesitated, told him to his face that he knew how to win a victory, but not how to use one. Now watch what the strange city does, because this is the hinge of the whole night. Word of Cannae reached Rome, and the city shook and grieved and panicked in private. And then the Senate met and set the tone with one decision after another that all said the same impossible thing. The surviving consul, the man who shared responsibility for the catastrophe, rode back to the city. The Senate walked out to meet him at the gate, and they formally thanked him in words Rome never forgot, because he had not despaired of the Republic. Hannibal sent envoys offering to ransom his thousands of Roman prisoners. Standard practice. Easy money for him. Easy mercy for Rome. Rome refused. Buying back soldiers who had surrendered was not who Rome had decided to be. Not even now. Not even these soldiers. The state that could not afford anything paid for nothing. Recruiters enrolled boys of 17. The wealthy handed over their silver. Slaves were purchased into the legions with public debt and freed to fight. Rome would not negotiate, would not ransom, would not, under any pressure the world could apply, say the word peace. There was something in this city, under the laws and the roads and the counting, that was simply harder than other cities. And Cannae is where the world found out. And here is the deeper answer, the structural one. Hannibal's whole strategy rested on a reasonable idea that Italy was an empire like other empires, held down by force, and that the subject cities, shown a liberator and 3 crushing Roman defeats, would rise and join him. Some did, in the far south, but the core held. The Latin towns, the old allies, the colonies strung along those long, straight roads, stayed with Rome, supplying men and grain, year after punishing year. Remember what Rome had built after the Gauls. Not a conquest, but a partnership with a share in the winnings. At Cannae, that boring administrative choice, made generations earlier, turned out to be the finest fortification ever raised. Hannibal had beaten every army sent against him. There was nothing in Italy for the roads and the treaties to surrender. So the war became a grind. 15 years of it. Hannibal undefeated and slowly starving in the south of Italy. A lion in a room whose door would not open. And while he prowled, Rome, with its bottomless nerve, was already fighting forward in Spain, against the empire behind him. In Spain rose the man history would set opposite him. Scipio was in his early 20s. From a great family, the war had bled badly. He had survived Cannae itself as a young officer. Given Spain by an assembly that technically had no business giving it to someone so young, he proved to be that rarest thing, a student of his enemy. He took the Carthaginian capital in Spain by a sudden strike across a lagoon at low tide. He beat Carthage's armies with envelopments that Hannibal himself might have signed. And when Spain was won, he carried the war to Africa, to the walls of Carthage itself. Carthage, with the enemy in its own fields at last, did what Rome would not. It recalled its general. Hannibal sailed home from Italy after a decade and a half, undefeated and empty-handed, to defend the city he had left as a 9-year-old. They met near a place called Zama, 202 years before Christ. Before the battle, the story says, the 2 generals met alone between the armies, with only interpreters, and talked. 2 middle-aged men who had spent their lives on this. Hannibal, the older, is said to have offered terms and spoken of how fortune turns. Scipio, the younger, answered that Carthage should have thought of that before. They bowed and went back to their lines and fought. Hannibal opened with 80 elephants. Scipio had studied for the exam. Instead of a solid line, his legions stood in columns with hidden lanes between them. And as the elephants charged, trumpets shrieked from every side, and the frightened animals poured harmlessly down the lanes and out the back of the army, or turned and trampled their own side. The battle that followed was hard and close, until the Roman and allied cavalry, returning from routing the Carthaginian horse, struck Hannibal's veterans from behind. It was Cannae, turned inside out, with the teacher inside it. Carthage sued for peace and got a hard one. The navy surrendered and burned. The empire reduced to a city with farmland. War forbidden without Rome's permission, and an indemnity scheduled across 50 years. Rome, you notice, did not destroy Carthage. Not then. Scipio took the surname Africanus and went home to the largest triumph Rome had seen. 2 footnotes, and both of them ache a little. Hannibal stayed in Carthage and turned out to be as good at peace as at war. As a civic leader, He reformed the city's corrupt finances so well that the indemnity ran ahead of schedule, which frightened his enemies, Roman and Carthaginian alike, into hounding him out. He spent his last years as a wandering military advisor at Eastern courts, always one step ahead of Roman agents, until, cornered at last in a small kingdom by the Black Sea, an old man in his 60s, he took the poison he kept ready and said, according to the tale, "Let us relieve the Romans of their long anxiety about one old man." The boy from the altar kept his oath to the end. Even Romans in later and calmer centuries spoke of him with something close to awe. And Carthage, 50 years on, the city had recovered into a prosperous, harmless market town, and its very prosperity unnerved a generation of Romans who had heard Hannibal's stories in the cradle. One old senator, Cato, ended every speech he gave on any subject, grain laws, sewer contracts, anything, with the same sentence. And one thing more, I judge that Carthage must be destroyed. Rome eventually found its pretext, and the Third War was not really a war. It was a demolition, ugly even by ancient standards, ending in 146 before Christ with the city burned for days and its survivors sold. You may have heard that the Romans ploughed salt into the earth so nothing would grow there. That detail, many scholars agree, appears in no ancient source. It was invented much later. The truth needed no salt. The Roman commander at the end was Scipio Aemilianus, grandson by adoption of the great Africanus. As he watched Carthage burn, his friend, the historian Polybius, standing beside him, saw that he was weeping and asked why. And Scipio said that he was thinking of the day when someone would stand and watch this happen to Rome. Every city's turn comes. He knew his history, that man. So do we. And we will get there before morning. But not yet. Rome now stood without a rival in the Western world. Master of the sea it had once had to copy a wreck to sail. Wealth came flooding in, and with it, everything wealth brings. Before we watch what the flood did to Rome's soul, though, I want to give you a gentler hour. Let us leave the battlefields entirely and walk through one single, ordinary, unimportant day in the greatest city the world had ever seen. The bakers are already awake. Come and see. Here we are going to do something a little unusual, you and I. We are going to jump forward, past the next 2 centuries of the story, to see the finished city first. The way you might turn to the last page of a letter to see who signed it. Then we will go back and watch how it got there. So come forward with me to the city at its height. It is 2 hours before dawn in the city of Rome, nearly 3 centuries after the wars of Hannibal have faded into proud old stories. And the first light you would see is not the sun. It is the bakeries. Their oven fires glow out of doorways, up and down every street. And the smell of bread is already moving through the dark like a rumour. Before we take this walk, an honest word, in keeping with our contract tonight. No diary survives of one real Roman day, hour by hour. What I am going to give you is a day assembled from true pieces. The ruins of the apartment blocks, the words Romans scratched on walls, which we can still read, the complaints of their poets, the laws of their magistrates, the shop counters still standing in the ash of Pompeii, every piece real, arranged into one day that could have happened. It is around the year 120 after Christ, give or take a reign. in the biggest city on earth. How big? Something like 1 million people, many scholars believe, packed inside and spilling past the old walls. No city anywhere would be that size again for well over 1,000 years. When Rome finally stopped growing, the next city to match it would be London, and not until the 1800s. Listen to the dark, and you will hear the city's strangest secret. Wheels, iron-rimmed wheels, grinding over stone, hour after hour, all night long. Generations ago, Julius Caesar, tired of the murderous daytime crowding, banned most wheeled carts from the streets during daylight. The unintended result was that every delivery in a city of 1 million, every sack of grain and block of marble and barrel of fish sauce moved at night. The poet Juvenal, a great complainer whom we should thank for half of what we know, swore that sleep in Rome was only for the rich, whose houses stood back from the streets. Everyone else lay in the dark, listening to wagons thunder past their windows, and to the drivers cursing at the crossings. I know, a city of 1 million people, all trying to fall asleep against the noise. You, at least, have a quieter room tonight. The man we will follow first is a baker, and he has been up since midnight. His flour came down those noisy streets from the river docks, Egyptian and African wheat, because Italy alone stopped being able to feed this city long ago. Rome eats by way of the sea, and every Roman knows it. The baker's ovens are domed brick. His loaves are round and scored into 8 wedges so they break clean by hand. In the ash of Pompeii, loaves exactly like his were found still sitting in an oven, carbonized, scored and stamped with the baker's name, waiting since the year 79. Do not imagine bakers as small men, either. One Roman baker, a former slave named Eurysaces, grew so rich supplying bread on contract that he built himself a tomb shaped like a giant bakery, with stone mixing bowls and a carved frieze of the whole bread-making process, kneading, rolling, baking. It still stands in Rome today, beside a city gate, one of the proudest monuments in the city, and it was built by a man who made bread. Rome had sharp elbows and cruel ladders, but it had ladders. Now the sky is greying, and the apartment blocks are waking up. Look up at them, because almost everyone you will meet today lives in one. The Romans called them insulae, islands, brick and timber, 5, 6, sometimes 7 stories tall. Whole neighbourhoods of them, packed wall to wall, and here is the detail to file away. In Rome, the poor lived high, and the comfortable lived low. The ground floor had the shops and the best apartments, with water sometimes piped in. The higher you climbed, the cheaper, smaller, darker, and more dangerous the rooms became. The top floors, under the tiles, were single rooms reached by long, dark stairs. No water, no hearth, no toilet, rented by the week. When fires came, and they came often, the top floors went first. The satirists joked grimly about it. When your building starts to burn, the man in the attic is the last to know, and the last to get out. Because the upper rooms had no kitchens, the Roman street fed everyone. Every block had its thermopolium, a shop with big clay jars set right into a stone counter, serving hot food over that counter all day. Lentils, spiced wine, chickpeas, sausage, cheese. The counters are still there in Pompeii and Ostia, dozens of them, paint and all. A Roman workday breakfast was bread dipped in wine, or a bit of cheese, eaten standing up, elbow to elbow with strangers. If you have ever eaten lunch standing at a counter in a big city, pressed between people you will never see again, you have been, for a moment, an ancient Roman. At first light proper, a small ceremony repeats at 10,000 doorways. The morning callers. Rome ran on a web of patrons and clients, big men and the smaller men attached to them. At dawn, the clients walked to the patron's house to greet him, ask a favor, lend their presents to his importance. In return came help with a lawsuit, a word in the right ear, or simply the little dole of food or coins called the sportula. The poets grumbled endlessly about the trudge across town in a formal toga for a handful of coins. But the system was the city's true insurance, the net under the tightrope. Everyone in Rome, from the shopkeeper to the senator, was looking up at someone and down at someone. The emperor alone looked only down. The children are moving now too to school, which in Rome means almost anywhere. A rented room, the back of a shop, most often a corner of a portico screened off by an awning, right in the street noise. The teacher, likely a Greek freedman, paid badly and known to all, drills a dozen children on letters and sums. They write with a pointed stylus on wax tablets in wooden frames, and erase with the flat end, the delete key of the ancient world. Discipline is the cane, and nobody apologizes for it. One wall painting from Pompeii shows a boy hoisted for a beating while the class works on, unbothered. School ran from dawn until early afternoon, and Roman children, like children everywhere and always, counted the holidays. All morning, wherever you walk, you hear water. This city has rivers flowing into it on stone bridges, 9 great aqueducts by this era, and more coming, sliding water down from the hills at a gentle, patient slope for mile after mile. The rich have it piped to their houses for a fee. Everyone else has the street fountains, a basin with a spout on nearly every corner, hundreds upon hundreds of them, running day and night, free. A girl fills 2 jugs and balances them home up 5 flights of stairs. Rome's water commissioner, a proud, practical man named Frontinus, wrote a whole book about the system. And in it, he allowed himself one boast that I have always loved. Compare our aqueducts, he wrote, with the idol pyramids, or the famous but useless works of the Greeks, water for 1 million people, or a very large tomb for 1 man. Every Roman fountain was an argument about what greatness is for. By mid-morning the forum has filled, and the noise of it would knock you back a step. This is the same drained marsh from the age of the kings, still the centre of everything after 8 centuries, but built up now in marble, ringed by law courts and temples whose gilded roofs catch the sun. Under the porticos, bankers count coins at tables. In the great basilicas, lawyers perform for juries and for the crowds who treat trials as free theatre. Professional applauders can be hired. Everyone knows it, and a good lawyer knows the sound of bought applause from real. Notices are painted in red on the walls. Elections, games, houses to rent, rewards for runaway slaves. The city talks to itself in writing, everywhere, all the time. And that writing is the treasure, because it is where we hear the Romans themselves, not their historians. In Pompeii, preserved under the ash, the walls still say what ordinary people scratched into them. A man wrote, "I am amazed, wall, that you have not collapsed under the weight of so much scribbling." Lovers wrote their names. A customer reviewed a bar in 1 line of verse. Somebody practiced the alphabet, badly. A mosaic doormat says, in plain letters, Beware of the dog. 20 centuries fall away when you read them. These were not marble people. They were people. A word about what everyone is wearing. Since the paintings and the movies lie to us a little. The toga, that great white wrap you picture on every Roman, was formal wear, heavy, hot, and so awkward that it took practice, or a helper to put on properly. Romans wore it the way people now wear formal suits, for court, ceremony, and impressing somebody, and complained about it just as much. Day to day, nearly everyone, senator to shopkeeper, lived in the tunic, a simple knee-length garment, belted at the waist, wool in winter, and linen if you could get it in summer. The laundries that kept all this cloth bright, the fullers, worked it in vats with water, and, I am obliged to tell you, aged urine, which is a fine natural cleanser, and which they collected in jars set out on the street corners. The Emperor Vespasian, whom we will meet later tonight, even taxed those jars. When his son objected that it was undignified, Vespasian held a coin under his nose and observed that the money did not smell. Romans told that story for centuries, delighted. It was the most Roman joke ever made. Around noon, the city exhales. Shops half close, a light lunch, a nap in the shade if your work allows. Then, in the early afternoon, the entire city, more or less, goes to do the most Roman thing there is. Everyone goes to the baths. If you could bring one Roman habit forward into your world, I think this is the one to take. By this era, Rome has hundreds of bathhouses, from tiny neighborhood ones to imperial palaces of bathing that hold thousands, and entry costs next to nothing. A small coin, with children free and emperors sometimes paying the fee for everyone for a year. Inside, the sequence is a little ritual everyone knows. The changing room, the warm room to ease you in, the hot room with its heated floors and steamy plunge. So hot you wear wooden sandals against the floor tiles. Then the cold pool, a gasp and a shout. Underneath it all, slave-tended furnaces push hot air through hollow floors and walls. The Romans heated rooms through the architecture itself, and we found nothing better for 1,500 years. But the water is only half of it. The baths have exercise yards where men wrestle and swing weights, and everywhere there are people playing ball games, several kinds, including one everyone loved where 3 players lob a ball among themselves without letting it drop. There are snack sellers crying their sausages and pastries, hair pluckers, masseurs kneading oiled backs, and talk, endless talk. The baths are where all of Rome meets undressed and almost equal. A senator's body and a shopkeeper's body, side by side in the same warm water. In a city built on rank, that hour of steam was the most democratic thing Rome ever did, and it did it every single afternoon. The philosopher Seneca once rented rooms directly above a bathhouse and wrote a friend a letter that is one of the funniest things to survive from the ancient world, cataloguing the noise below, the grunters lifting weights, the slap of the masseur's hand, flat or cupped, each with its own sound, the splash of the cannonball swimmer, the man who simply must sing in the echoing plunge room, the hair plucker advertising with his customers' yelps. Read it, and the baths stop being ruins. You can hear them. We should be honest about who carries this day on their backs. Slaves. Rome at this hour holds hundreds of thousands of them, war captives and their descendants, from every land the legions ever touched. They stoke the bath furnaces, teach the children, keep the ledgers, carry the litters. empty the pots. Roman slavery was not gentle, and I will not dress it up. But it had one strange door in its wall. Romans freed slaves constantly, as reward, by will, or by letting them buy themselves out. And a freed slave of a citizen became, with some limits, a citizen. His children, full citizens entirely. The baker with the tool was born a slave. His grandchildren, had he had them, could have held office. No Greek city would have dreamed of it. Rome, which enslaved half the world, was also antiquity's greatest machine for turning outsiders into Romans. Both things are true, and you have to hold them together. As the afternoon cools, Rome turns toward dinner. For most families in the insulae, it is simple. Porridge or bread, olives, cheese, beans, a little fish or sausage on a good day, eaten by lamplight in one room. For the fortunate, dinner is the evening's whole entertainment. Guests recline on couches around a low table, 3 couches to a room, propped on the left elbow, eating with fingers and spoons while the light fails. You have heard, probably, about the wild Roman banquets, the flamingo tongues, and stuffed dormice and guests who make room for more by unpleasant means. Some of that happened, in some houses, in some reigns. But many scholars will tell you the famous excesses come mostly from satire and scandal writing, the tabloids of the day. The vomitorium, I am sorry to report, is a myth of translation. The word meant the exits of a stadium, through which crowds poured out. An ordinary good dinner was eggs to apples, wine mixed with water, gossip, a poem read aloud if the host had pretensions, and everyone home by dark carrying a lantern. And then the lamps go out, one by one, up the dark stairwells of 100,000 buildings. The night watch comes on duty, 7,000 men with buckets and axes, patrolling against the city's true nightmare, which was never barbarians. It was fire, and the carts return, iron on stone, the nightly thunder. And Rome does what it does every night. It lies in the dark, 1 million people in one small square of the earth, and drifts off against the noise. Somewhere in the dark, 2 boys who should be asleep are still arguing in whispers about the races. Chariot racing is the city's true madness, bigger than the gladiators by far. The teams are companies with colours, the blues, the greens, the reds, and the whites. And every Roman is born or married into a colour, the way people now inherit a football club. The great arena for it, the Circus Maximus, holds 150,000 people, maybe more. The largest crowd containers humans had ever built. A champion driver, if he lived, could grow richer than senators. One of them, a Spaniard named Diocles, retired with a fortune so large that a modern scholar once computed him, only half joking, as the best paid athlete in human history. The boys whisper their team's chances until sleep takes them mid-sentence. Their colour will be their colour until they die. One of those million, somewhere on a top floor, is a baker's daughter. Asleep now like the rest, her city has an emperor, and aqueducts beyond counting, and peace. She has never seen a war. We will let her sleep, and we will meet her world again before the night is over. But you and I now have a question to answer, and it is the great question of the whole Roman story. Between the Rome of Hannibal's day, that republic of stubborn farmers, and this peaceful, noisy, bread-scented city of 1 million, something enormous happened. The republic of the consuls and the tribunes, the public thing itself, died. And it was not killed by Gauls or Carthaginians or any enemy from outside. So let us go back now, back 2.5 centuries, to the morning after the victory over Carthage, when Rome owned the world and began, very slowly, to lose itself. It starts, as trouble in Rome always started, with land and with two brothers. Rest a moment first. The wheels are going by below. It is the same dark you are lying in now. Only the noise has changed. A young Roman nobleman rode north through the Italian countryside on his way to a posting in Spain. And what he saw from the road troubled him all his life. He knew this country from the old stories. It was supposed to be a patchwork of small farms, the little fields of the citizen soldiers who had beaten Hannibal, each man on his own few acres, plough in one season, sword in the next. That country was gone. What the young man saw instead were estates, huge ones, running to the horizon, owned by men in Rome he probably dined with, and working those estates, in place of the vanished farmers, were gangs of slaves, chained men from the conquered East, sleeping in barracks, watched by overseers, mile after mile after mile of them. Where had the farmers gone? The actual Romans. He knew where. He had seen them crowding into the city, landless, jobless, living in the top floors of the insulae, waiting for the grain dole and selling their votes. The men whose grandfathers had held the line at Cannae. The young man's name was Tiberius Gracchus. What he decided to do about that road through Etruria would begin the death of the Roman Republic, not because his idea was wild, his idea was mild, but because of what was done to stop him. Let me build the problem out properly, because it is the engine of everything in this chapter. Rome's victories had made Rome rich, and the riches were poison in the walls. Every conquest poured cheap slaves into Italy, and cheap slaves undercut the free farmer. Every long campaign kept that farmer away from his fields for years at a stretch. And while he was away winning the empire, debt and drought did their work at home. The men with money, and after Carthage fell, there was so much money, bought up the failing farms, folded them into those giant estates, and staffed them with the human plunder of the wars. It was all perfectly legal mostly. It was also a machine for converting Rome's soldiers into Rome's beggars, one family at a time. And there was a military time bomb inside it. By old law, a man needed property to serve in the legions. The legion was the citizen in arms, defending his own. Fewer landed citizens meant, every census, fewer men legally fit to serve. Rome had built a world empire on a recruitment base that its own economy was quietly devouring. Something, someday, would have to give. Tiberius Gracchus came home from Spain, stood for tribune of the plebs, and won. The office of the Sacred Mount, remember, the shield of the people, 5 centuries old. The year was 133 before Christ, and he proposed a law with deep roots. Rome held vast tracts of public land, taken in the old Italian wars, which the rich had quietly absorbed into their estates, far beyond the legal limit that already existed on the books. Tiberius proposed to enforce that old limit, take back the public land above it with compensation, and settle the landless poor on it in small plots, refill the countryside, refill the legions, pay for it, in part, with a windfall, for a king in Asia had just died and willed his entire kingdom to Rome. The great landholders in the Senate saw the bill for what it also was, a knife aimed at their balance sheets, and they reached for the usual tool, they found another tribune, a friend of theirs named Octavius, to veto it. One tribune's forbid, you remember, stopped anything. What Tiberius did next had never been done. He put a question to the people's assembly. Can a tribune who acts against the people remain the people's tribune? And the assembly, tribe by tribe, voted Octavius out of office, on the spot, and passed the land law. It was either the purest democracy Rome had ever seen, or the breaking of a sacred office. And honest men argued both then and now. The Land Commission set to work. Stone boundary markers with the commissioners' names on them have actually been dug up in Italy. Humble proof that for a while the thing was real. Then Tiberius, his year ending and his enemies sharpening lawsuits, announced he would stand for a second consecutive tribunate. Custom said no. On election day, the Senate met nearby, boiling. A cousin of Tiberius, the chief priest Nasica, demanded the consul stop him by force. The consul refused to shed citizen blood, and Nasica wrapped his toga over his head like a man performing a sacrifice, and led a mob of senators and their clients into the assembly, swinging clubs and broken bench legs. They beat Tiberius Gracchus to death at the foot of the Capitol, along with some 300 of his followers, and threw the bodies into the Tiber by night. His brother begged for the corpse and was refused. Stop here with me, because the Romans themselves stopped here. Count the years, 360, more or less, since the last king fled. Through all the walkouts and the vetoes and the shouting, through the struggle of the orders, Rome had never once settled a political question by killing citizens in the streets. It was the city's quiet miracle, the thing that made it different. That record died with Tiberius at the foot of the Capitol, and the men who broke it were not a mob of the desperate poor. They were the Senate of Rome, defending their property with bench legs. Murder, it turned out, worked. The Land Commission was slowly strangled, and that lesson sat in the city like a seed in warm ground for 10 years, until the dead man's younger brother came of age. Gaius Gracchus was the more dangerous brother. Everyone agreed. Where Tiberius had one idea, Gaius had a government's worth. Elected tribune, he moved like a storm, a law to steady the price of grain for the city poor, colonies to resettle the landless. One of them, daringly, on the cursed ground of Carthage itself, public works, roads above all, laid out across Italy, work for idle hands, and arteries for trade, reform of the courts that tried corrupt governors, and most explosive of all, a proposal to extend citizenship to Rome's Italian allies, the loyal towns that filled half of every legion and had no vote in what the legions did. You will notice something about that program. Point by point, it is nearly a map of what Rome actually did over the next century. Gaius Gracchus was not wrong. He was early. He was tribune once, then again, and the city's old families watched his popularity with the special fear of men who remember a thrown-out plan working. When his third campaign failed and his laws began to be repealed, a scuffle at a public ceremony left a servant of the consul dead, and the Senate found its new tool. It passed, for the first time in history, a decree that later ages would learn to dread, a declaration of emergency that told the consuls to see that the state came to no harm, no trial, no appeal, a hunting license, written in the language of duty. Gaius fled across the Tiber with an armed mob at his heels, twisted an ankle, and, the story goes, ordered his single faithful slave to finish it in a sacred grove, which the man did, and then killed himself over the body. The Senate had promised the informer his weight in gold for the head. The man who brought it, ancient gossip insists, had scooped out the skull and filled it with molten lead first, to cheat the scale. Many scholars shrug at that detail. Rome believed it, and it fits the hour. 3,000 of Gaius's followers died in the roundup that followed, strangled in prison without trial. Rome told one story about the brother's mother that every schoolchild knew. Years before, when the boys were small, a wealthy visitor spent an afternoon showing Cornelia her jewelry, piece by piece, and then asked, a little pointedly, to see Cornelia's own jewels. Cornelia sent for her sons, and when the two boys came in from their lessons, she put a hand on each and said, "These are my jewels." Rome repeated that line for 500 years. It never once noticed, or perhaps it noticed perfectly, that the city had beaten both Jewels to death. Their mother, Cornelia, daughter of the great Scipio Africanus, outlived both her boys. Rome, half ashamed, raised a statue of her, seated, calm, inscribed simply, Mother of the Gracchi. She retired to the coast and received visitors, and would talk of her sons, the ancients said, without tears, as one speaks of great men of the old days. Perhaps that was dignity. Perhaps it was the only way the grief could be carried at all. So the taboo was gone, and now the story picks up speed, the way a cart does on a downhill road. If blood could stop laws, blood was now a tool of politics. All that remained was for someone to sharpen the tool. And Rome, ever practical, produced two craftsmen in one generation. The first was Marius, a gruff soldier from a country town. No ancestors worth carving. What Rome sniffily called a new man. He clawed his way up on pure competence, won consulships in a bundle, and beat back a terrifying invasion of northern tribes that had annihilated Roman armies. And along the way, facing recruitment crises, he made the fix that everyone had avoided. He threw open the legions to men with no property at all. The landless of the city, the dispossessed of the countryside, the very men the Gracchi had tried to give farms. Marius gave a signing bonus, a shield, and a career instead. They called themselves his mules, proudly, for the packs he made them carry. He gave each legion a silver eagle for its standard, and the eagle became the soul of the unit, guarded like a god. It solved the army problem completely. It created a worse one. A volunteer with no farm serves for pay and for the plot of land he expects at retirement. And who gets him that land? Not the Senate, which dragged its feet on veterans' bills for decades. His general. The general recruits him, enriches him, retires him. The soldier's loyalty followed the arithmetic. Rome's legions, without anyone ever voting on it, stopped belonging to Rome and started belonging to the men who led them. Every warlord of the next century, every legion that marches where it should not, every emperor after that, walks out of this one administrative reform. The Republic died of many wounds, but this is the one the doctors would circle. Between the two craftsmen came a war that proved Gaius Gracchus right from beyond the grave. The Italian allies, still voteless after generations of filling Rome's legions, finally despaired of asking politely and rose in arms, nearly all of Italy at once. It was the bloodiest fighting the peninsula had seen since Hannibal. Roman trained armies on both sides, and Rome won it in the only way it could, by surrendering the point. Citizenship was extended grudgingly, law by law, to virtually every free man in Italy. The thing Gaius died for proposing was granted within 20 years, at the price of a war. Rome would repeat that pattern to the end of its days. It could do the right thing, reliably, once all other options were exhausted. The second craftsman was Sulla, Marius's own former officer, an aristocrat with cold eyes and excellent manners. The two men came to hate each other with a passion that dragged the whole state in after it. The breaking point was a war command in the rich East, voted to Sulla, then snatched for old Marius by an assembly maneuver, and Sulla, rather than accept it, did the thing that even now is hard to right. He went to his 6 legions, told them their profitable Eastern war was being stolen, and marched them on Rome. On Rome, the city no foreign enemy had entered since the Gauls, 3 centuries before. His own officers, men of the old class, refused almost to a man and left him. His soldiers, Marius's landless mules by breed and training, did not refuse. They took the city at sword point. Men fought on the rooftops. It had finally happened. The tool the Gracchi's killers had invented, and Marius had sharpened, was in the hand of a man willing to swing it all the way. I will spare you the full whirlpool of the civil war that followed, the marches and counter-marches, old Marius's savage returnness and death. Hold instead the pictures of how it ended. Sulla, victorious, master of Rome, had lists posted in the forum. Names. Anyone on the lists could be killed by anyone, for a reward from the state. And the dead man's property was auctioned. They called it the proscription. Thousands of names went up. Enemies first, then merely rich men whose villas someone wanted. Romans learned to walk past the boards each morning and read them, quietly, checking for their own names. Then their friends. One young man on the list, we will meet in a moment. And then Sulla did the strangest thing in his strange life. Having remade the constitution to his taste, strengthening the Senate, gutting the tribunate, the office of the Gracchi, he resigned, laid down the dictatorship, dismissed his guards, and walked in the forum as a private citizen, daring anyone to touch him. No one did. He retired to the coast to write his memoirs and enjoy himself, and died in bed within a couple of years. He had proved that one man with loyal legions could own Rome, hold it, and walk away untouched. The demonstration was not lost on the ambitious. Only the walking away part ever failed to catch on. One more storm from these years, and it belongs to the enslaved. The people this whole chapter has been grinding underfoot. In the year 73 before Christ, at a gladiator school in Capua, a Thracian named Spartacus led 70-odd men over the wall with kitchen knives and roasting spits. They camped on the slopes of Vesuvius, and when troops sealed the one path up, they braided ladders from wild vines, came down the sheer cliffs at night, and took the besiegers from behind. The rising swelled into an army of the enslaved, tens of thousands, shepherds and field gangs and house servants. And for 2 years, it beat one Roman force after another, up and down Italy. Rome finally handed the war to Crassus, the richest man in the city, who restored discipline in his legions the old way and ground the rising down. Spartacus died in the last battle, sword in hand. His body was never identified, and along the Appian Way, the queen of roads, the road of this episode. Crassus crucified 6,000 of the captured, one cross after another, mile after mile, from Capua to the gates of Rome, and let them hang there as arithmetic for anyone thinking of following. I told you the road would carry everything Rome was. That, too, was Rome. And on a sleep story, or any story, it should not be prettied up. So look at the Republic now, at the close of this chapter. The taboo on citizen blood, gone. The courts and assemblies, twice overruled by clubs and swords. The legions, privately loyal. The lists, remembered by everyone. The old constitution still stood. Consuls elected, auguries taken, speeches made. Like a temple with the roof beams eaten hollow. Everyone could see the next strong wind coming. They even knew the men it would probably blow in with. Crassus of the money, and Pompey, the young general men called the Great. Almost no one was watching the third man. During Sulla's proscriptions, there had been a name on the list belonging to a lanky teenager, nephew by marriage of old Marius, too stubborn to divorce his wife when Sulla ordered it. Friends begged him off the list, and Sulla, relenting, is said to have grumbled that they could have him, but that in that boy he saw many Mariuses. The boy went off to the east to soldier, got captured by pirates on the way, and charmed them while raising his own ransom, promising cheerfully the whole time that he would come back and crucify them all. They laughed. He came back and crucified them all. His name was Gaius Julius Caesar. It is time we talked about him. There is a small river in northern Italy, so small that you could walk past it today without noticing. And one cold January night, a middle-aged man stood on its bank in the dark, thinking. Behind him, drawn up on the road, one legion waited. 5,000 men he had led for years, their breath steaming in the night air. The little river was called the Rubicon, and it was a boundary. By the law of Rome, a governor commanded his soldiers only in his own province. The far bank was Italy proper. A general who led troops across was, from his first step out of the water, a criminal and an enemy of the state. The man on the bank paused a long while, the ancients say, weighing everything. He was 50 years old. He talked with his officers, fell silent, stared at the water. Everyone understood that the step could not be taken back. And then he said something in Greek, a gambler's phrase. The words you say when you throw the dice and give up control of how they land. The die is cast. Whether he truly said it or said it quite that way, we cannot be sure, though friends who were there wrote it down as near to that. And he rode across the little river, and the world on the other side began. Now let us go back 20 years and meet him properly, because the night at the river only makes sense from a distance. Gaius Julius Caesar came from one of Rome's oldest families, patrician to the bone, the clan that claimed descent from the goddess Venus herself, old blood, and almost no money by senatorial standards. What the young Caesar had instead was nerve, charm that operated on everyone from soldiers to kings, and debts beyond imagining. He borrowed the way other men breathed and spent it on the crowd, games, feasts, gifts, roadworks, until his creditors' fortunes were so tangled with his career that they had to keep him rising to have any hope of their money back. He made his ruin too big to fail. It was, you will notice, a very modern piece of finance. He climbed the ladder of offices with the crowd at his back, and he studied the two great men of the age. Pompey, the most celebrated general alive, conqueror of the East, beloved and a little lazy about politics. Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, hungry for the military glory that money somehow could not buy him. The two barons detested each other, and Caesar performed the political move of the century. He reconciled them privately into a three-way partnership with himself, the junior member as the hinge, Pompey's soldiers and fame, Crassus's bottomless purse, Caesar's genius and the mob. Between them, nothing in Rome could stand against the arrangement, and nothing did. Men called it the three-headed monster. Caesar took the consulship, bulldozed the partnership's program through, and then took his reward, the peace everyone else undervalued, a long command in Gaul. Gaul was the land beyond the Alps, roughly modern France, a world of Celtic tribes and hill forts and shifting alliances, wealthy in grain and iron and people. Rome held only its southern strip. For 8 years, Caesar took the rest. I could fill a night with those campaigns alone, and some channels do. Marches of impossible speed. That was his signature. Enemies who thought him a week away found his legions across their river at dawn. He bridged the Rhine in 10 days, marched over, burned villages to make a point to the German tribe, marched back and cut the bridge behind him. Twice he crossed the sea to Britain, at the edge of the known world, less to conquer than to have been there, because being first mattered to the audience at home. And that audience was the other half of his genius. Every winter, Caesar wrote up the year's campaigning himself, in prose so clean and simple that Roman schoolboys, and after them 20 centuries of schoolchildren, learned Latin from it. He wrote of himself in the third person. Caesar did this. Caesar decided that. A general reporting facts, never a politician selling himself, which of course made it the best selling of himself imaginable. Rome read each installment like a serial adventure. His enemies in the Senate had speeches. He had the year's best story, every year. We owe the story honesty though, and the honesty is heavy. Rome's conquest of Gaul was a catastrophe for the Gauls. Ancient writers, hostile and friendly alike, guessed at 1 million dead and another 1 million enslaved, out of a population of a few million. Modern scholars treat those round numbers with caution, but no one doubts the scale. Whole tribes vanished from the map. When the Great Rebellion finally came, it was led by a young chieftain named Vercingetorix, who did what no Gaul had managed, uniting the tribes, burning their own towns to starve the legions, bleeding Caesar in the hills. Caesar cornered him at last in the hilltop fortress of Alesia, and what happened there is still studied with a kind of appalled admiration. Caesar's army built a wall around the entire fortress, 11 miles of ditch, rampart and towers, to starve it out. Then word came that a vast relief army of Gauls was marching to break the siege. Caesar did not retreat. He built a second wall, facing outward, a ring around his ring. And his army lived in the space between, besieging inward and besieged outward at once. When the great assault came, from both sides simultaneously, the double ring held barely. Caesar himself riding to the breaking points in his scarlet cloak. The relief army shattered. The next day, Vercingetorix rode out of the starving fortress alone, in his finest armor, circled Caesar once on horseback, dismounted, laid his weapons at Caesar's feet, and sat down in the dust to wait. He would wait 6 years in a Roman cell for Caesar's triumph, and the executioner, at the end of it, Gaul was broken into Roman shape. It would speak a daughter of Caesar's language, which is to say French, ever after. While Caesar conquered, the partnership that protected him rotted. Crassus, chasing his war at last, invaded Parthia, the great power of the East, and died with his army in the desert at Carrhae. The eagles of 7 legions carried off as trophies Caesar's daughter Julia, married to Pompey and genuinely loved by him, died in childbirth. The 2 bonds holding the monster together snapped within 2 years, and Pompey, older, jealous now of the Gaul dispatches, drifted into the arms of Caesar's oldest enemies in the Senate, the men who had been waiting a decade for the command in Gaul to expire. The trap they built was legal, which was the beauty of it. The moment Caesar laid down his command, he became a private citizen, and a private citizen could be prosecuted. They had the charges ready, years of them. Conviction meant exile, the end of everything. All Caesar asked, offer after offer, was to stand for the consulship from a distance, or keep 1 legion, 1 province, any fig leaf of office between himself and the courts. The hard men refused every compromise and stampeded the Senate into the emergency decree, the Gracchi decree, the hunting license. The tribunes who vetoed it, men of Caesar's party, fled the city in disguise, in a hired cart, to his camp. Their sacred office, you remember from the Sacred Mount, had one more part to play. Caesar paraded them before his soldiers, the people's protectors, driven out by clubs, and asked his men whether they would follow him to set things right. They roared, and so we arrive back at the little river in the January dark. And this time, you know everything the man on the bank knew. He crossed. What followed was not the war anyone expected. Pompey and the Senate abandoned Italy itself, crossing to Greece to gather the resources of the East. A sound strategy that looked exactly like running away. Caesar took Rome without a sword drawn, and where Sulla had posted lists, Caesar posted pardons. Clemency was his announced policy, his brand, and Rome hardly knew what to do with it. Captured enemies were released with compliments, some to fight him again and be released again. It was mercy, and it was also arithmetic. Every pardoned noble was a walking advertisement that Caesar was not Sulla, and the dead cannot change sides. The armies met at last on a plain in Greece, called Pharsalus. Caesar's lean veterans against Pompey's larger, glossier host, stiffened with senators. Caesar broke them in an afternoon. Walking the field among the Roman dead, he is reported to have said bitterly, "They wanted this." Pompey fled to Egypt, where the courtiers of the boy king, calculating that a defeated guest was an expensive one, met him with a small boat and murdered him in it as he stepped ashore, in sight of his wife on the ship's deck. When they presented the head to Caesar on his arrival, expecting a reward, he wept and had the killers executed. Take the tears as real or as excellent politics, or this being Caesar, both at once. Egypt held one more famous meeting. The boy king was at war with his older sister and co-ruler, a young woman of 21, formidably educated, fluent in a stack of languages, the first of her dynasty in 3 centuries, who had bothered to learn Egyptian, locked out of the palace where Caesar lodged. She had herself smuggled into him, past her brother's guards, rolled up, the famous story says, in a carpet, or more likely a bedding sack, unrolled at his feet, and stood up talking. Her name was Cleopatra. Caesar, twice her age, was conquered by breakfast, as she had efficiently planned. He settled her war in her favor, lingered a season on the Nile that he could not really spare, and left her with a kingdom, and soon a son she named Caesarion. Little Caesar. File her name away. She returns in the next chapter to shake the world properly. The wars dragged on in provinces for a while, and from one lightning campaign in the east, Caesar sent back to Rome the shortest dispatch in military history. 3 Latin words. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Even his paperwork was better theatre than other men's triumphs. Home at last, master of the whole Roman world, Caesar was named dictator, the old emergency office, but stretched now year after year, and finally, fatally, for life. And here is the part they rarely put in the films. The master of the world spent his mastery on paperwork. He reorganized the grain dole, cutting the rolls by half with an actual census of need. He founded colonies across the sea for the urban poor and his veterans, reviving the Gracchus dream at a scale the brothers never touched. He ordered Carthage and Corinth, the 2 great cities Rome had murdered in one terrible year a century before, rebuilt and repeopled. He planned public libraries, a drained marsh, a new harbour, a road across the Apennines, and remembering the road that made him, ordered the milestones of Italy surveyed anew. And he fixed the calendar, the thing I promised you in the opener. Rome's old calendar ran on the moon and on political mischief. And by Caesar's day, it had drifted 3 months out of true, official autumn. Arriving in high summer heat, Caesar brought the best astronomers from Alexandria, scrapped the lunar mess, and built a year of 365 days with a leap day every 4th year, sized to the sun. It took effect on the 1st of January, 45 years before Christ. And but for one small correction 15 centuries later, it is the calendar on your wall tonight. The month of his birth was renamed in his honor while he lived. He was born Gaius Julius, in the month Quintilis. You know that month as July. When you say it, you are saying his name, and so his month has quietly outlived his empire. But under all the building, one question ticked like water dripping in a cistern. What was he now? Dictator for life was a title with no exit, and Rome had exactly one word for a man who held power until death. It was the word from the 2nd chapter of our night, the unforgivable word, the one the Republic was founded by refusing. King. Caesar handled the question with theatre. At a public festival, his deputy, Mark Antony, offered him a royal diadem before the crowd. Twice, and twice Caesar pushed it away. To applause he was carefully measuring, and the applause for the refusal was louder. He sent the diadem to the temple of Jupiter, saying Rome had one king already, and it was a god. But he did not lay down the dictatorship. He accepted honors that smelled of incense, a statue among the kings, his face on the coinage, a month with his name. Rome could perhaps have forgiven the power. What it could not digest was the permanence. About 60 men decided not to digest it. Senators, many of them his own pardoned enemies, some of them his promoted friends, which tells you this was conviction as well as spite. Their figurehead was Marcus Junius Brutus, a bookish, agonized man who was the descendant, all Rome believed, of that first Brutus who had driven out the last king and sworn the oath over Lucretia, his ancestor's statue, stood in the city with the founders. Anonymous notes appeared on his praetor's chair. "You sleep, Brutus. You are no Brutus." Rome knew exactly what it was asking of him. And he heard. They chose the Senate meeting of the 15th of March, the day Romans called the Ides, in the year 44 before Christ. There had been omens, a soothsayer warning him weeks before to beware that very day, his wife dreaming badly and begging him to stay home. And he nearly did, but a conspirator fetched him personally, teasing that the Senate would laugh if Caesar hid from dreams. On the way in, the story says, he passed the soothsayer and remarked with a smile that the Ides of March had come, and the man answered, "Yes, come, but not gone." The meeting was held, by history's arrangement, in a hall attached to the great theatre Pompey had built. The conspirators clustered around him with a petition. One tugged his toga down from his neck, and the first blow came shaky, grazing him. He fought, at first, like the soldier he was, stabbing at one attacker with his pen, and then, seeing the ring of drawn daggers, and in it, the face of Brutus, he stopped fighting. The Greek words the ancients report him saying to Brutus were not the Latin line the theatre later gave him. They were softer and worse. "You too, child." He pulled his toga over his face, the gesture of the old senators in their doorways when the Gauls came, and fell under 23 wounds at the base of the statue of Pompey. The liberators, as they called themselves, marched to the Capitol proclaiming the Republic restored, and found the streets emptying around them into shocked silence. They had planned the killing to the last dagger, and the day after not at all. They had freed a city that no longer existed, a republic of memory. And the actual city, the million-mouthed city of the grain dole and the legions and the veterans' farms, had loved Caesar. At the funeral, Antony read the dictator's will to the crowd. Gardens left to the public, money, a personal gift to every citizen in Rome. The crowd's grief turned over into rage, and they burned the Senate house for a pyre and went hunting conspirators with torches. The liberators fled the city they had liberated within days, and the will held one more clause, the one everyone had skimmed. Caesar's fortune, his sacred name, and his cause were left to a grandnephew, a thin, sickly student of 18, away at school across the Adriatic. A boy so obscure that Antony, when he heard, laughed out loud. The boy owed everything to a name, said the men who mattered, and names do not command legions. The boy packed his bags for Italy anyway. He was going to collect his inheritance, all of it, and we will spend the next chapter watching him do it. The boy came ashore at the harbour of Brundisium with a small bag, a couple of friends, and a name. He was 18, slight, often unwell, with sharp grey eyes and a way of standing very still. Nobody in power took him seriously, which men would later agree was the last time anybody made that particular mistake. On the dock, something happened that told the whole story in miniature. Soldiers of the garrison, veterans of the dead dictator's wars, heard who the young traveller was, the heir named in the will, and they came to him. They saluted. Some wept and touched his hands. They did not see a sickly student. They saw the name their general had left behind, walking around on two legs. The boy accepted the salutes gravely, as if he had been receiving them all his life, and from that morning on, he never once called himself by his own name again. His mother and stepfather begged him to refuse the deadly inheritance. He announced instead, in the forum of the town, that he accepted it all: the fortune, the cause, and above everything, the name, Gaius Julius Caesar. History, to keep the two men straight, calls him Octavian in these years. The point is that no one in Italy was allowed to. Rome's grown men had the situation well in hand, they thought. Mark Antony, the dead Caesar's deputy, a big, capable, wine-loving soldier, held the consulship and the state papers. The liberators held provinces and fleets. The Senate's elder statesman, the great orator Cicero, dreamed of steering the republic back to harbour between them. Every one of them looked at the pale teenager demanding his legacy and saw a tool or a joke. Watch how the joke unfolds, because nothing like it happens twice in 1,000 years. Antony, treating him as a nuisance, stalled on paying out the will. So the boy paid Caesar's promised gift to every citizen out of his own borrowed money, auctioning family property, and let all Rome watch him honour his father's word, while the consul sat on the estate. When Antony marched north to strip a province from one of the assassins, the boy did something flatly illegal. He raised a private army from Caesar's settled veterans, thousands of them, on his name and his coin. He was 19 years old, and he owned legions. The Senate, needing swords against Antony, chose to call this patriotism. Cicero adopted the young man politically, praised him to the skies, guided him, used him. In private, he joked to friends that the boy should be praised, raised, and then erased. The boy, whose agents heard everything, filed the joke away. The Senate's armies, with the boy among the commanders, beat Antony in the field. Both consuls conveniently died in the fighting. And when the Senate then tried to shelve the young Caesar and hand the credit elsewhere, he sent centurions to Rome to request the vacant consulship for him. The Senate refused the request, so he marched his legions on the city. The third time in our story, a Roman army walks on Rome, and the Senate discovered a boy of 19 could not lawfully be consul unless it changed the law, which, staring at his eagles, it did. What came next is the darkest passage in his long life, and we owe it the truth. The boy did not destroy Antony. He merged with him on an island in a river in the north. He, Antony, and a third Caesarian general, Lepidus, met for 2 days with their armies watching from opposite banks, and divided the Roman world into a 3-man dictatorship, and to fund their coming war against the assassins, and to sleep unworried, they revived the thing everyone remembered: the lists, Sulla's invention, the proscriptions. Some 300 senators and 2,000 of the wealthy class went up on the boards. Each of the 3 traded away friends and kin to buy the other's enemies. Antony surrendering an uncle, Lepidus a brother, the boy, it was said, his own guardians. Cicero's name went on the list at Antony's insistence, and the boy, who owed the old man everything and had heard the joke, argued for 2 days, the ancients say, and then let him go. The hunters caught the orator in his litter near the sea. He put his head out of the curtains and told them to do their work properly. Antony had the head and the right hand, the hand that wrote the speeches, nailed up on the speaker's platform in the forum. The rostra, the platform Cicero had ruled with his voice, Romans passed beneath it in silence. Even in that hardened city, men understood that something had been said about the new age. And it was not said to Cicero, it was said to speech itself. The assassin's cause died 2 years later at Philippi in Greece, in 2 huge blind battles in the dust. Cassius, misinformed and despairing, had himself killed a battle too early. Brutus, cornered after the second, ran on a friend's sword. And with him went the last army that would ever fight under the banner of the old republic. Antony covered the body with his own purple cloak. The boy's contribution to the campaign had been to be sick in his tent, a fact Antony's people spread everywhere. It did not matter. Names, not health, were commanding armies now, and both winners knew which name would matter longest. The 2 of them shrugged Lepidus aside in time and split the world along the sea. Antony took the rich, glittering east, the boy the hungry, war-scarred west with Italy in it, which looked like the worse half and was the winning one, because Italy held the recruiting grounds and the story. And in the east, at a river in Asia Minor, Antony summoned the Queen of Egypt to answer for her conduct, and Cleopatra arrived to be scolded in a golden barge with purple sails, dressed as the goddess of love. And Antony, who had known her for years, went aboard for dinner and never really came ashore again. What followed was 10 years of the ancient world's greatest soap opera, and beneath the perfume, a deadly serious contest of systems. Antony and Cleopatra in Alexandria, partners in rule and in bed, twins in the nursery. Rome heard of banquets, of pearls dissolved in vinegar, of Antony in eastern robes judging cases like a Greek king. Worse, Rome heard of the donations, a ceremony on a silver stage where Antony parceled out eastern realms to Cleopatra's children and named her son Caesarion, the dead dictator's boy by blood, the true Caesar, that last cut at the heir's whole existence. And he answered with the dirtiest, most effective stroke of his career. Antony's will lay deposited, sacred and sealed, with the Vestal virgins. The young Caesar seized it, illegally, read it to the Senate, its provisions for Cleopatra's children, its instruction to bury him in Alexandria beside her. Rome, horrified, believed every word, which was the point, and hardly asked whether every word was genuine, which was also the point. War was declared, with exquisite care, not on Antony, but on Cleopatra, a foreign queen. Rome, the boy insisted, was not having another civil war. It was defending itself from Egypt. The end came at Actium, off the western coast of Greece, in September of 31 before Christ. Antony's great fleet, blockaded and fevered, tried to break out. In the middle of the grinding sea fight, Cleopatra's squadron, with the treasury aboard, spread sails and ran through the gap, exactly as planned or in plain flight. No one has ever been sure. What no one disputes is that Antony left his own battle, left his men still fighting under his flag, and chased her ship. His fleet surrendered. His land legions, abandoned, went over in a body within the week. The lovers had a winter in Alexandria of famous theatrical gaiety, founding a society of friends sworn to die together, while the young Caesar's noose closed at its own pace. When the legions reached Alexandria the following summer, the endings came like a plague. Antony, on a false report of Cleopatra's death, fell on his sword, botched it, and was hauled up dying into the monument where she had barricaded herself, to die in her arms. Cleopatra, taken alive, tried her charm, one last time, on the cool young man who now owned the world, and found, for the first time in her life, a Roman it did not work on. Rather than walk in his triumph, she had something smuggled into her, in a basket of figs, the story says. An asp, the sacred cobra of Egypt. Though many scholars admit the method is guesswork, they found her dead on her golden couch in her full royal regalia, her two women dying beside her, one still straightening the crown. Even her enemy allowed her a queen's burial, beside Antony. Her son Caesarion, the boy pharaoh, last pharaoh of the 3,000-year line, was caught on the road south and quietly killed. Too many Caesars, murmured the advisor who recommended it, is not a good thing. Egypt itself became the conqueror's personal estate, its grain the leash on Rome's own throat forever after. And so, at 32, the sickly boy from the dock held absolute power over the entire Mediterranean world, the only man left standing at the end of a century of blood. From the Gracchi to Actium, Rome waited, flinching, to learn what he had become on the way. Sulla, with better manners. Most guessed, another Julius, reaching for the diadem. What he actually did next is why this chapter carries his name. In January 27 before Christ, before a carefully prepared Senate, the master of every legion on earth stood up and resigned. He laid down his emergency powers, restored, in his phrase, the Republic to the Senate and people of Rome, and asked leave to retire. The Senate, part grateful, part terrified, part coached, refused in a storm of protest, and begged him to keep, purely for the state's safety, a package of perfectly traditional offices and provinces. He allowed himself to be persuaded. The provinces he consented to oversee merely happened to be the ones where nearly all the legions lived. Do you see the trick? It was the greatest political invention since the Republic itself, and it was made of the Republic's own parts. Consuls were elected every year, as always. The Senate met, debated, administered rich provinces. The assemblies voted. Every form the ancestors had built still stood, and Rome was governed visibly by its old constitution, and alongside it stood one private citizen, holding no throne, wearing no crown, who happened to hold the army, the treasury of Egypt, the tribune's sacred powers and veto, and the accumulated devotion of the veterans and the poor. He called himself Princeps, first citizen, first among equals merely. He had watched his adoptive father die of a word, and he understood that Rome would surrender the substance of everything so long as you never asked for the name. He asked instead for a different name, and the Senate, in the same session, gave it Augustus, the revered one, a word with incense in it, a title no man had worn. King of Rome, never. Augustus, forever. The peace he built on the trick. Romans called the Roman peace the Pax Romana, and it held in the heartlands for 2 centuries. He found the army a wandering menace and made it a profession, fixed terms, fixed pay, and a state pension in land or cash from a military treasury he endowed, so that a soldier's retirement no longer depended on his general's next coup. Marius's bomb, diffused at last, or at least rewired to a single fuse in the palace. He gave Rome its first police and fire brigades, the 7,000 night watchmen you heard tramping past the baker's window 3 chapters ago. He rebuilt the road network and hung upon it a state courier post of relays and way stations that could move an order or an alarm hundreds of miles in days. the nervous system of the empire, running, remember, on the bones of the old salt track. He counted, being Caesar's heir in this too, everything. Citizens, provinces, tax rolls. A decree would go out, the world over, that everyone be registered, and one such census, in his reign, would come to be mentioned in a book written far from Rome, for reasons that had nothing to do with taxes, in a story about a carpenter's family on the road to a village called Bethlehem. Empires never know which of their paperwork will be remembered. He boasted near the end that he had found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, and for the monumental centre that was nearly true. But his shrewdest building was in words. He gathered the poets, and the greatest of them, Virgil, spent 11 years on an epic to give Rome what Greece had, a founding song, the Aeneid, the tale of the Trojan prince Aeneas, ancestor of Romulus, and of the Julian house itself, carrying his father on his back out of burning Troy, toward an Italy he would never see finished. Virgil, dying with the poem still unpolished, asked that it be burned. Augustus, thank goodness, countermanded him. School children were reciting it within a generation, and parts of the West have never stopped. For himself, the revered one kept a stagecraft of plainness that fooled nobody and pleased everybody. No palace. He lived 4 decades in the same moderately sized house on the Palatine, near the preserved hut of Romulus, which was not an accident, and slept in the same small bedroom in every season. He wore, by preference, plain wool woven at home by his wife Livia and the household, or said he did, and ate workman's food, coarse bread, cheese, little fish, the master of the world dressed like a careful farmer. It was theatre, of course. It was also, by every account, the role he found most comfortable, and after a century of warlords in scarlet, Rome found it restful to watch. His long reign was not spared grief, and 2 hurts cut deepest. His only child, Julia, married 3 times to his political blueprints, kicked over the traces of his own strict morality laws so publicly that he exiled her to an island and never spoke her name freely again. The palace, men noticed, could rule the world and not one dinner table. And in the year 9 after Christ, in the wet forests of Germany, a trusted governor named Varus was led into an ambush by a German officer Rome had trained, and 3 entire legions, with their eagles, were swallowed in 3 days of rain and slaughter at Teutoburg. The old emperor, past 70, took it like a wound that would not close, letting his hair and beard grow for months, and was heard at night, striking his head on the doorposts and crying out, "Varus, give me back my legions." Rome kept the Rhine as its border ever after. The legions' numbers, 17, 18, 19, were never used again, the way some teams retire a jersey. He died in the year 14 after Christ, at 76, in the same room where his father by blood had died, having ruled one way and another for over half a century. Grown men and women in Rome that summer had never known a single day without him. On his deathbed, the historians say, he asked the friends around him whether he had played his part well in the comedy of life, and being assured he had, spoke the actor's old tagline, "Then applaud as I exit. Take the story, or leave it." His last arrangements, at any rate, were flawless, down to the sealed instructions read to the Senate, and the month of his greatest victories had already been renamed for him, the month after his adoptive father's, July for Julius. August for Augustus, standing together in your kitchen calendar tonight, like two tombstones nobody visits. One thing, and one thing only, his genius never solved. The whole beautiful machine, republic-shaped, king-powered, ran on a single irreplaceable part, a princeps everyone could trust with everything. He had no son. He buried, one by one, every heir he groomed, nephews, grandsons, stepson after stepson, until the only candidate left standing was a grim, brilliant, bitter man he had never much liked, his wife's son Tiberius. The system had no law of succession, could have none, since officially there was nothing to succeed to. There was only the family. And the family, dear listener, was about to give Rome a century of the strangest dinner theatre in the history of power. Draw the blanket up. The lamps are being lit in the palace on the Palatine, the Boys' Hill, the Shepherd's Hill. We are going in. For 11 years, the most powerful man on earth lived on the edge of a cliff, on a small island, and would not come to Rome. His name was Tiberius, and he was the first man to inherit the machine Augustus built. From his villa on Capri, perched 1,000 feet above the sea, orders went out by the courier post, along those roads to the edges of the world. Governors obeyed, legions held their rivers, taxes arrived. The machine, it turned out, ran beautifully, without anyone watching Rome love its ruler. That was the lesson of Tiberius, and it unsettled everyone. The emperor did not need to be present. He did not even need to be liked. He had never wanted the job, and the job returned the favor. He was in his 50s when it fell to him, a great general in his day, a dour, careful administrator with a taste for astrology and silence. The Senate, trained by Augustus to perform independence, kept asking what he wished. He kept telling them to decide for themselves. They did not dare, and he despised them for it, and said so, muttering as he left the Senate house. In Greek, men fit to be slaves. The theatre of the Republic needed an actor in the lead role, and Tiberius refused to play. What grew in the vacuum was ugly, a court of informers, under the old treason law, stretched now to cover insulting words. A successful accuser took a cut of the condemned man's estate. Denunciation became a career. Dinner guests weighed every joke. The lists of Sulla were not revived exactly. They were franchised. When he finally withdrew to Capri, leaving Rome to be managed by the ambitious commander of the Praetorian Guard, and then, discovering that managers' plots, almost too late, destroying him and everyone near him in a purge, Romans told each other horror stories about the old man on the cliff. Believe what you like of those. The certain horror is duller and worse. An empire of informers, and an emperor who read the transcripts. He died at 77, and the historian Tacitus records the city's grief in one line. Some proposed the Tiber for his body. Rome's relief lasted exactly as long as it took to meet his successor. For next came the great nephew, the youngest son of Rome's most beloved dead prince. A young man the soldiers had nicknamed in his childhood, when he toured army camps in a tiny soldier's costume. Little Boots, Caligula. Now, an honest word before this reign, because it needs one more than any other. Nearly everything we know of Caligula comes from writers of a later dynasty, working from gossip, with every reason to blacken the old line. When they tell us the young emperor began well, ending the treason trials, recalling exiles, and then changed after a severe illness in his first year. We can believe the outline. When they pile up the atrocities and blasphemies and bedroom crimes, some of it is surely true, and some of it is surely the ancient equivalent of tabloid reprints. Many scholars now read him as something more recognizable, a 25-year-old handed absolute power with no training, no restraint, and a court of flatterers, who discovered that cruelty was the one joke everyone always laughed at. Even the famous horse belongs here. You have perhaps heard that mad Caligula made his racehorse a consul. The sources say only that he talked of it and lavished the animal, incitatus, with a marble stall and a household. Listen to the threat inside the joke. My horse could do your job, senators. The horse story is not madness. It is contempt, performed. So was the pontoon bridge of boats he strung across a whole bay to ride over in a breastplate, answering an astrologer who had once said he had no more chance of ruling than of riding across the sea. The performances emptied the treasury Tiberius had hoarded, and the informers came back to refill it, and this time the accused were rich men whose only crime was solvency. It could not last, and the ending established a precedent Rome would never escape. A tribune of the Praetorian Guard, a dignified officer named Chaerea, whom the emperor mocked daily with obscene watchwords, cornered him in a palace tunnel after the games and cut him down with fellow officers in the 29th year of his age and the 4th of his reign. And then, while the palace screamed, guardsmen looting the imperial apartments found a middle-aged man hiding behind a door curtain, his feet showing beneath the hem. It was the dead man's uncle, Claudius, the family embarrassment, lame from childhood, head wobbling, words stumbling, kept off every public stage by Augustus and Livia as unpresentable. The soldiers hauled him out, and someone in the ranks did the arithmetic. No emperor, no Praetorian Guard, no double pay. They put the trembling scholar on a litter and hailed him Emperor of Rome. The Senate, meeting through the night to restore the Republic, woke to find the question settled by the men with the swords. Emperors were made by the army now. Everyone had merely agreed not to say it aloud until it happened. And here the story smiles briefly. The unpresentable uncle turned out to be the best of the line. Claudius had spent his mocked, invisible life reading and writing histories, Etruscan grammars, studies of the alphabet, and he came to the throne knowing more about how Rome actually worked than anyone who had sat on it since Augustus. He drained lakes, built roads, and drove 2 great aqueducts to the city, whose arches still stride across the countryside outside Rome, in every travel photograph you have ever seen. He built a proper deep water harbour at Ostia, at the Tiber's mouth, where the salt pans of our first chapter had been, so the grain fleets could unload in any weather. He took seriously the oldest Roman magic, the one from the age of the kings, and threw the doors of citizenship wide, even bringing long-haired chieftains from conquered Gaul into the Senate itself. Senators sneered. His speech defending it survives, word for word, engraved on a bronze tablet dug up in France. And its argument is the whole secret of Rome in one sentence. Everything now ancient, he told them, was new once, and Rome grew great by making outsiders in. He even gave Rome a new conquest, the one Julius had only tapped at. In the year 43, his generals crossed to Britain, and Claudius himself arrived for the decisive fortnight. With reinforcements and the sources insist, war elephants, so that painted island charioteers beheld the great grey beasts of Africa splashing ashore in the Kentish shallows. The island would be Roman for nearly 4 centuries. Hold that thought for a chapter or two. We will visit its wall. His weakness was his household. His third wife betrayed him publicly and fatally, and was executed while he sat frozen at the fact. His fourth, his own niece Agrippina, sister of Caligula, was a planner of a different order. She had one asset, a son by a previous marriage, a copperhead boy named Nero, and one obstacle, Claudius's own younger son. She persuaded the old scholar to adopt her boy, marry him to his daughter, and advance him ahead of his own blood. And then, when the paperwork was complete, Claudius died at dinner, of a dish of mushrooms. The ancients wink at us that it was Agrippina's mushrooms, prepared by a professional. We cannot prove it. Rome could not either, and told the joke anyway, that mushrooms were thereafter the food of the gods. Since eating them had made Claudius one, he was deified, his will suppressed, and the copper-haired boy, not yet 17, walked out to the guard with a bonus promised in each hand. Nero's reign began. Strange to say. Well, for 5 years, the empire was managed by his tutors, the philosopher Seneca and a bluff guard commander, while the teenager wrote verses. And those years were remembered as good government. The trouble was arithmetic again, but of the family kind. Agrippina had made an emperor and expected to operate him. The son wriggled, the mother threatened, and the court watched the two of them the way one watches a lamp guttering near curtains. In the end, the historians tell us, Nero had a collapsing boat built, a theatrical machine, to drown her at sea after a reconciliation dinner. The ceiling of lead fell, the hull opened, and Agrippina, who had survived everything in Roman politics, swam ashore. Her son sent marines. She was, whatever else, Germanicus's daughter, and she met the swords, the story says, pointing at her own body and telling them where to strike. Rome learned and shuddered and applauded the official version, a plot uncovered. The philosopher wrote the announcement, "There are stains, dear listener, that get on everyone standing near." Freed of his mother, Nero became what he had always wanted to be, which was not an emperor, an artist. He sang, composed, acted, and raced chariots, and required the world's applause. With an emperor's means of requiring things, audiences were locked in for his recitals. Hours of them. Men feigned death to be carried out. Or so the joke ran, and the joke was told carefully. He toured Greece, competing in every sacred festival, including events invented so he could win them, and returned with 1,808 first prizes, awarded by judges who liked breathing. It is easy to laugh, and Romans did, silently. But the legions on the frontiers heard it all too, and soldiers do their own arithmetic about a commander-in-chief who performs in gowns. And then, in the hot July of the year 64, in the shops packed under the Circus Maximus, where you sat with the race-mad boys 4 chapters ago, a fire started in the night, driven by wind through the tinder-dry city, up the crooked streets of the rebuilt-in-a-hurry town. It burned for 6 days, was thought beaten, and burst out again for 3 more. Of Rome's 14 districts, 3 were erased to the ground, and 7 more gutted. The dead were never counted. Half the city slept in tombs and fields. Now, the fiddle. You have heard that Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Set it down tonight and leave it. The fiddle would not be invented for 1,000 years. More to the point, Nero was 30 miles away at his seaside birthplace when the fire began, and he raced back, threw open his own gardens and public buildings to the homeless, drove down the price of grain, and organized relief with real energy. The ancients themselves record all this. What poisoned it was a rumor no relief could kill. That on a private stage, watching the glow, the artist emperor had sung an old epic about the burning of Troy. True or not, Rome believed it of him, and that is its own kind of verdict on a ruler. Worse followed. When the ashes cooled, Nero fenced off a huge tract of the burned centre, 100 acres and more, for a new residence, the Golden House, with its own lake, vineyards, woods, and a bronze colossus of himself 100 feet tall at the door. The city drew the conclusion. Cities draw. He needed the land, they said. He set the fire. Historians doubt it to this day, and it did not matter even slightly then. Nero needed the suspicion aimed elsewhere, and he found a small, unpopular, misunderstood sect, recent arrivals in the capital, followers of a criminal executed in Judea a generation earlier under Tiberius, the Christians. What was done to those first scapegoats in the imperial gardens, I will not detail on a night meant for rest. Even Tacitus, who despised the sect, wrote that the cruelty stirred pity, since it served one man's savagery rather than any public good. Mark the moment quietly. It is the first time that faith and that empire touch, and both will be transformed before our story ends, though neither could have dreamed it that night. The end assembled itself with a certain justice. A conspiracy of senators and officers was betrayed and purged, and among the ordered suicides was old Seneca, who opened his veins with philosophical calm while his friends took note. The most Roman death scene ever staged, but the purges reached too far into the army. A governor in Gaul rose. Then the legions in Spain declared their own commander, a flinty old aristocrat named Galba, and the guard in Rome offered money, discovered its loyalty, had a market price. The Senate, scenting the wind, condemned Nero to death in the ancient manner. He fled to a freedman's villa outside the city, and there, prompted at last by the hoofbeats of the cavalry coming for him, drove a dagger into his own throat with a secretary's help. Repeating, the story says, his own epitaph, "What an artist dies in me. He was 30. With him ended the house of Caesar and Augustus, a century after Actium. The name Caesar, having no family left to belong to, became what it has been ever since, a title, waiting for whoever could take it, which was now the whole problem. Who could take it? The answer, in the single year that followed, was 4 different men, and Rome learned its nakedest lesson. Old Galba marched in, all rigor and no bonuses, and the guard cut him down in the forum within months. His betrayer, Otho, Nero's old drinking friend, took the palace, and the legions of the Rhine, furious at being outbid, marched their own man on Italy, the gluttonous, amiable Vitellius. Otho, defeated in the north, chose a strange nobility, taking his own life to spare Rome a longer civil war. And Romans who had despised him, living wept at the story. Vitellius feasted through a summer while the armies of the east made their choice. A squat, plain-spoken, 60-year-old soldier, then besieging Jerusalem, a mule dealer's grandson with no ancestors, at all worth carving. Vespasian. His legions stormed Italy. Vitellius was dragged from a doorkeeper's hiding hole and butchered on the steps where Galba had bled. And the historian Tacitus, looking back at the whole obscene year, wrote down its lesson in one cold sentence. The secret of empire was out. Emperors could be made elsewhere than at Rome. Yet out of that gutter year came one of the good reigns. Vespasian brought to the exhausted city the two rarest gifts in this whole chapter: competence and a sense of humour. He is the emperor of the urine tax you met back at the laundries, the one who held the coin under his son's nose. Money does not smell. He mended the treasury, mended the frontiers, rebuilt the burned capital, carrying the first basket of rubble on his own shoulder. And, in the master stroke of the dynasty, drained Nero's private lake, the heart of the hated Golden House grounds, and built on it, for the public, the greatest arena the world had seen, the Flavian Amphitheatre, 70,000 seats on the tyrant's drained pond. Rome came to call it after the Colossus that stood beside it, the Colosseum. Read the gesture, because it was read perfectly then. Where one man played, 80,000 now sit. Dying. In the year 79, the old soldier kept the joke to the end. "Dear me," he said, rising for his final breath, because an emperor should die standing. "I think I am becoming a god." His eldest son, Titus, had barely warmed the throne. 2 months, when the world's most famous mountain exploded. On an August day in that same year 79, Vesuvius, thought by nearly everyone to be only a mountain, tore itself open above the Bay of Naples and buried Pompeii and Herculaneum, with their bread in the ovens and their dog at the gate. If that story tugs at you, we've spent an entire night of this channel inside it, walking those streets, and the door of that night stands open whenever you wish, here, tonight. Only mark what it meant to Rome, the admiral of the fleet, old Pliny, scholar of everything, sailing toward the eruption to take notes and save friends, and dying on the beach of the poisoned air, notebook still aboard. His nephew's letters describing the cloud, like an umbrella pine of smoke and fire, are the first volcanology in human literature. Titus poured out relief, weathered a plague, and a second great fire at Rome in his 2 years, and died young and mourned. His brother Domitian ruled 15 years after him, ably and grimly, an efficient administrator, curdling into a paranoid autocrat, executing by the end on the testimony of dreams, until his own household, including, the story goes, his wife, arranged the knife. The Senate, for once, did not mourn. It voted his name erased, chiseled off every monument, the ultimate Roman cancellation, and then faced the old terrifying question. The dynasty was extinct. Who now? And here, at the door of the year 96, Rome stumbled, half by accident, into the best answer it ever gave. The Senate produced a mild, childless old lawyer named Nerva. The childlessness was the point, though no one fully saw it yet. A man with no son must choose an heir, and a man choosing an heir may, just possibly, choose well. What followed that small accident was the happiest century Rome ever had, and it is where we go now, out of the palace shadows entirely, up to the sunlit edges of the world, to walk a wall in the north wind, breathe out, the fire is banked, the worst of the family is behind us. Come and stand for a moment at the top of the world. It is a little after dawn, around the year 130 after Christ, and you are on a stone wall in the north of Britain, at the cold outer edge of everything. The wall runs away from you in both directions, over the green treeless hills, dipping and climbing. 73 miles from sea to sea. The wind never stops here. A sentry leans on the parapet beside you. A Belgian by birth, soldier of Rome by trade, wearing 2 tunics and dreaming, we know from the letters his mates left behind, of thicker socks. Behind him, to the south, one single government runs without a break for 2,500 miles. From this wet grass, a man could walk on paved roads, changing horses at licensed stations, paying in one currency, judged under one law, all the way to the Euphrates River on the edge of Persia, from the rain of Scotland to the sand of Egypt. As I promised you at the start of the night, perhaps 60 million people, a fifth or a quarter of the whole human race, by many scholars' guess, live inside that one system tonight, the Mediterranean. The sea at the center of the world's oldest quarrels has no fleets on it, but police fleets. Romans have started calling it, with a straight face, Mare Nostrum, our sea. The strangest thing of all, the centuries' world thinks this is normal. Peace, for the only sustained stretch in ancient history, is what everyone is used to. This chapter is about that noon of the world, how it was run, who ran it, and one small wooden birthday card that for my money is worth more than every triumphal arch in Rome. The century had begun, remember, with a small accident, the childless old lawyer, Nerva. Pressed by the guard and needing an heir with legion's respect, he adopted the best soldier of the age, a governor on the Rhine named Trajan. And there the accident became a system. For almost 100 years, one emperor after another, having no natural son survive, chose his successor by adoption, picking proven men in their maturity. Rome had stumbled into answering the question that had haunted it since Augustus. Not who is the emperor's son, but who is good at this. Gibbon, the great English historian, looking back across 17 centuries, famously judged this stretch, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, the period in the history of the world during which the human race was most happy and prosperous. We can argue with him, and later ages have, with reason. The slave in the mines and the woman in childbirth might have argued too. But as ancient centuries go, it had no rival, and the ancients knew it while it was happening, which is rarer still. Trajan was the beloved one, a Spaniard, mark that well, the first emperor born outside Italy, from a colonial family in the olive country near Seville. The promise buried in all those old citizenship fights, in Claudius's bronze tablet, in the social war, had come due. The empire was no longer a thing Italy did to the provinces. The provinces now supplied the emperors. Rome had become, in the deepest sense, a nationality you could join, and the joiners were running it. Trajan drank with his soldiers, marched on foot beside them, forded rivers in armor, and the Senate, which he treated with elaborate courtesy, voted him the title Optimus, the best. Centuries later, Romans still greeted new emperors with the prayer, be luckier than Augustus, be better than Trajan. He gave the empire its high watermark. Across the Danube, he broke the rich kingdom of Dacia, roughly a modern Romania, in 2 grinding wars, and its gold paid for a forum in Rome, beside which everything older looked provincial. In its plaza rose a column, 100 Roman feet of marble, wrapped in a spiral ribbon of carving that winds around and up like a scroll being unrolled. 200 meters of it, 2,500 carved figures. The whole war in stone pictures. Soldiers bridging the great river on boats. Soldiers building forts, reaping grain, dressing wounds. The emperor, everywhere. Listening, deciding. It stands complete in Rome tonight, and you can still climb the stairs inside it. When Trajan died, his ashes were set in its base, so that the best of emperors is buried inside his own war diary. In his last years, he ran east, took Armenia, took Mesopotamia, reached the Persian Gulf, where he is said to have watched a ship leaving for India and sighed that, were he younger, he would have gone on, like Alexander. The empire behind him had reached its greatest size in that moment, and its edge, though no one said it aloud, had met the truth of every empire. There is always more world than army. His successor knew it, and had the nerve to act on it. Hadrian, another Spaniard, Trajan's ward and kinsman, was the strangest and perhaps the cleverest man ever to hold the office. First act, and Rome gasped. He gave back the new eastern conquests, pulling the frontier to defensible rivers. Enough, said the empire, for the first time in 9 centuries, and meant it. The wall you and I stood on at the top of this chapter is that word made stone, not a battlement of fear, the scholars will tell you, so much as a statement and a filter controlling who and what crossed, taxing trade through its gates, defining, in one unbroken line over the hills, exactly where the inside ended. Rome had spent its whole life being a verb, expanding. Hadrian taught it to be a noun, and then he did what no ruler had ever really done. He went to see it, all of it. Hadrian has spent more than half his reign on the roads, year upon year, not conquering, inspecting. Gaul, the Rhine forts, Britain and its new wall, Spain, Africa, Greece above all, which he loved openly, Asia, Egypt. He climbed regional mountains to watch sunrises, sat examinations of local philosophers, drilled the garrisons personally, and shared their rations and slept on the ground with them, bareheaded in German snow and Egyptian sun. The empire was used to being ruled from a palace. This emperor arrived with his engineers, looked at your aqueduct, your accounts, your granaries, fixed what was broken, and moved on. He wore a beard, the first emperor to do so, in the Greek philosopher's fashion, and every emperor for the next century and a half copied it, which tells you who set the age's tone. He built like a force of nature, and one building must stand for all of it, because you can walk into it tomorrow. In Rome, on the site of a burned temple of Augustus's time, Hadrian raised the Pantheon, the temple of all the gods. From outside, a handsome porch of granite columns. Step inside, and the world opens. A single round room under a single poured concrete dome, 142 feet across, exactly as wide as it is high, so that a perfect sphere would fit inside it. At the crown of the dome there is no window, but an open eye, the oculus, 30 feet of empty sky, and the sun moves a slow circle of light around the coffered ceiling as the day turns, and when it rains, the rain falls gently through, into the room, onto a floor of coloured marble that drains it away through holes the builders cut 19 centuries ago. It is still there. It is still, tonight, after 1900 years, the largest unreinforced concrete dome standing on this earth. We, with our steel and our computers, have poured nothing plain like it The recipe for that concrete, volcanic ash from Pozzuoli, lime, and patience was one of the things the world lost when Rome fell, and did not fully match again until your great-great-grandparents' lifetimes. If you want to feel the machine from inside, ride with a trader for a moment, a silk and spice man from Palmyra, say, the caravan city out in the Syrian desert. He can load in the Levant, sail our sea without sighting a single pirate, tranship at Ostia under the harbour lighthouse, and go on by road and river, changing horses at the government relays, sleeping at way stations a day's ride apart, all the way to that wall in Britain, to sell pepper to the sentry's cook. One pouch of coins spends everywhere. One law of contracts follows him everywhere. He crosses, in that whole journey of months, not one national border, and needs not one word of any language, but Greek in the east and Latin in the west. There are tombstones in northern Britain, real ones standing today, of Syrian traders who made exactly that journey and settled by the wall, one of whom, Baraites of Palmyra, buried a British wife he plainly adored. The world would not be that open again, many scholars will tell you, until the age of the steamship. Now let me take you back to the wall, and down from the rampart, into the fort of Vindolanda, just behind it, because here is the treasure I promised. In the waterlogged ground of that fort, sealed airless under later floors, archaeologists in our own time found letters, hundreds upon hundreds of them, written in ink on thin slivers of wood the size of postcards. The everyday paperwork and mail of the garrison, around the year 100, preserved by mud and miracle. Not chronicles, not proclamations, mail. A soldier's family, somewhere warmer, has sent a package, and the covering note survives. I have sent you, it says, pairs of socks, 2 pairs of sandals, and 2 pairs of underpants. Underpants to the edge of the world, from someone who loved a cold soldier. A report grumbles about the local Britons. Wretched little Brits, it says, and you can hear the barracks accent across 2,000 years. Requisitions for more beer for the lads. A note about a mate who is out of pocket. And then there is the one I would trade the Colosseum for. A thin wooden leaf addressed from Claudia Severa, wife of a fort commander nearby, to her friend Sulpicia Lepidina, wife of the commander at Vindolanda. It is a birthday invitation. On the 3rd day before the Ides of September, she writes, "For the celebration of my birthday, I ask you warmly to make sure you come to us. You will make the day more enjoyable by your presence." The body of the letter is a secretary's neat hand, but at the bottom, in different, careful, personal lettering, Severa has added the closing herself. "I shall expect you, sister. Farewell, sister, my dearest soul." Those closing lines, many scholars believe, are the earliest surviving Latin written by a woman's own hand. Not a queen, not a saint, a woman on a rainy frontier, asking her friend to her birthday party, and meaning it. 2,000 years of empires rising and falling. And what the mud chose to keep for us was that. I think the mud chose well. That party is the whole point of walls, and roads, and law. Somewhere behind every frontier in history, if it is working, a Severa is writing to a Lepidina. When people ask what Rome was for, on its best days, there is your answer, in a woman's handwriting. After Hadrian, the noon went on, almost eventless, under Antoninus, called the Pious. 23 years of such deep calm that historians complain they have nothing to write about, which is the highest compliment a government can be paid. And then the adoptive system produced its finest fruit, and the age got its unlikeliest ruler, a man who by every instinct was not a ruler at all, but a philosopher, Marcus Aurelius. He had been marked early, adopted in boyhood at Hadrian's arrangement, trained by the best minds of the age, and he took the throne the way a dutiful man takes a heavy pack, without illusion. He even insisted on sharing it, making his adoptive brother Lucius Verus co-emperor, the first time two Augusti ruled together, an idea with a future. File it away. Fate then handed the philosopher almost nothing but hardship. Floods, famines, the Tiber in the streets, a great war with Persia in the east. And when the victorious legions came home from it, they brought, in their baggage and their lungs, something worse than any enemy: plague. The Antonine plague, likely smallpox by its ancient descriptions, many scholars believe, walked into the empire along the empire's own proud roads, riding the post relays and the grain ships, and burned through the packed cities for a generation. The dead were counted in the millions. 5, perhaps 10, no one knows. Up to 1/10 of the whole human race under Roman rule. Even the god's own machine, you see, had no answer to a germ. Take the lesson gently, because it is one of the night's big ones. The connectedness was the greatness, and the connectedness was the wound. Every road that carried the birthday invitation carried the fever. They were the same road. They always are. And on top of the plague came the north. The German peoples beyond the Danube, pressed by movements deeper in the continent's interior, began breaking across the river in masses. One tribe actually reaching Italy itself, the first invaders there in nearly 3 centuries. So the philosopher, who longed for his books, spent nearly all his last decade in a war camp on the frozen Danube, in the rain and pine dark, grinding the tribes back campaign by campaign. And there, at night, in his tent, by lamplight, he did the thing for which the world actually remembers him. He wrote, not to Rome, not to history, to himself, little paragraphs of self-correction in plain Greek, orders issued by Marcus to Marcus. Keep your temper. Do the thing in front of you. You have power over your mind, not outside events. You could leave life right now. So let that decide what you do and say and think. He called the notebook, simply, to himself. We call it the Meditations. It was never meant for a single other pair of eyes, which is exactly why, 18 centuries on, it sits on nightstands and in soldiers' packs and in hospital waiting rooms. The private diary of the most powerful man alive, about how hard it is to be good and how one must try again tomorrow. Emperors built columns and walls and domes to be remembered. The one who is loved is the one who admitted, on paper, in the dark, that all of it was hard. He died in that camp country, in the year 180, aged 58, of the plague, quite possibly, still at the war, and the golden century died with him, by the cruelest little irony in the whole Roman story. The adoptive system had worked 5 times in a row, because 5 emperors in a row had lacked a surviving son and been forced to choose on merit. Marcus, the best man of them all, had a son. Commodus, 19 years old, hurried back from the frontier his father had nearly secured, made a quick peace, and went home to the games and the applause. The philosopher's boy would end up performing in the arena in a lion skin, renaming Rome after himself, and dying strangled by his own wrestling coach in a palace plot. And the historian Dio, who lived through the turn, wrote its epitaph in one line. Our history, he said, now descends from a kingdom of gold to one of iron and rust. Noon was over. The shadows had begun to lean east, but let no dread creep under the blanket just yet, dear listener. Rome at its height had deep bones, those roads, those laws, those 60 million habits of peace. And it would take more than one bad sun to bring the wall builders down. It would take the 3rd century. And even that, as you will hear, Rome survived by tearing itself apart and rebuilding itself into something new and strange. Stay by the fire. The sentry on the wall has been relieved. His socks, I am glad to report, arrived. I want to begin this chapter with something small enough to lose in a pocket. A coin. In the great days of the empire, the silver denarius was honest metal, and a man who bit one felt silver all the way through. Pick up the same coin 100 years later, in the middle of the 3rd century, and it lies to you. It is a disc of bronze wearing a wash of silver, thinner than paint, and where thumbs have rubbed it, the lie shows through, dark and coppery, like a wound through a bandage. Nothing I could tell you about the 3rd century says it better than that coin. The empire of the golden noon had not fallen. It had been debased, still round, still stamped with an emperor's face, and hollowed out from inside by 50 years of catastrophe that historians simply call the crisis. This chapter is the story of that long afternoon, of the coin, and of the 2 extraordinary men, a Dalmatian soldier and his successor's son, who caught the falling empire and rebuilt it into something that could survive at the price of becoming something else. Count with me first, so you feel the vertigo. In the 50 years after the year 235, Rome had, by most reckoning, more than 20 emperors, and dozens more claimants who minted coins and lasted a season. Nearly every one of them died violently, most at the hands of their own soldiers. The average reign was shorter than a modern presidential term. Some lasted weeks. Tacitus's terrible secret, that emperors could be made outside Rome, had become the entire constitution. Any army on any frontier could wrap its general in purple, and the general had little choice, since declining the honor. Insulted men holding swords, then he marched against the current emperor, stripping his frontier bare to do it, and whichever river he left unguarded, the tribes beyond it noticed within the year, and everything else came at once, which is what made the crisis a crisis. Plague returned. The plague of Cyprian, so called for the bishop who described it. Perhaps measles or an early relative of worse things, many scholars think, and it emptied cities all over again. The Persians rose in the east under a vigorous new dynasty. In the worst single humiliation in all Roman history, the Emperor Valerian, campaigning against them, was seized at a parley and died a Persian prisoner. Persian carvings, cut in cliffs that still stand, show the Roman emperor kneeling before the Persian king's horse, and hostile writers added that he was made to serve as the king's mounting block. A story we cannot check, and Persia had every reason to embroider. It hardly needed embroidering. The master of the world owned like a chair. Provinces, despairing of rescue from anywhere, began rescuing themselves. Gaul, Britain, and Spain raised their own emperor and ran a complete breakaway Roman Empire, with a senate and consuls for 15 years. In the east, the caravan city of Palmyra, whose traders you met on the road to the wall, produced the most remarkable figure of the century, a queen, Zenobia, widow of Rome's ally, brilliant, learned and bold past belief, who conquered Egypt itself, Rome's breadbasket, and styled her son Augustus. For a few years, the Roman world was 3 worlds, and the middle one was the smallest. And the money died. Emperors who needed to buy armies fast did the easy thing, again and again. They put less silver in each coin and minted more of them. The silver wash got thinner, the coins got lighter, and everyone with eyes learned that this year's denarius was worth less than last year's, so prices climbed to catch it, and then climbed ahead of it for decade after decade. We can watch it happen in surviving papyri from Egypt, the price of the same measure of wheat multiplying by 10, and then by dozens. The government itself eventually refused its own coins for taxes, demanding payment in goods, in grain, in leather, in labor. When a state will not take its own money, the joke has stopped being funny, even to the joker. Soldiers wanted their bonuses in gold or in things. The middle classes of 1,000 proud little cities, the men who had built the baths and the little forums with their own donations, quietly stopped volunteering because currency and confidence are the same word at the root, and Rome had spent both. Even the city itself, the Eternal One, confessed. The Emperor Aurelian, a fierce and able soldier who in one reign stitched Gaul and Palmyra back into the body, Zenobia walking in his triumph in golden chains, and retiring, the kinder tradition says, to a villa near Tivoli as a fashionable Roman matron. That same Aurelian did something in Rome that no ruler had done in 600 years. He built walls around it, 12 miles of high brick rampart, thrown up in a hurry, swallowing houses and tombs into their fabric, standing to this day around the old city's heart. Remember what walls had meant on the northern moors. A filter, a statement, chosen calmly at the empire's far edge. Hadrian's wall said, "Here is where we choose to stop." Aurelian's wall, around Rome itself, said something no one wanted said aloud. They can reach us here. Aurelian was murdered anyway, by officers fooled with a forged hit list, and the carousel spun on until the year 284, when the army of the East acclaimed one more general, and the carousel, astonishingly, stopped. His name was Diocles, a soldier's son from the Dalmatian coast, up from the ranks, and as emperor, Diocletian. He would rule for 21 years, longer than anyone since Antoninus, and remake nearly everything he touched. His founding insight was modesty itself. The job was too big for one man. Every crisis proved it. The empire could be invaded on the Rhine and the Euphrates in the same season, and an emperor can only die usefully on one frontier at a time. Also, every successful general was a rival by default. So Diocletian, remembering perhaps that Marcus had once shared the purple with a colleague, split the job on purpose, and then split it again. 2 senior emperors, 2 Augusti, 1 for East, 1 for West. Under them, 2 juniors, 2 Caesars, each a proven soldier, each formally adopted as heir. 4 courts, 4 field armies, 4 capitals near the frontiers, none of them Rome. and a promised orderly succession, the juniors stepping up when the seniors retired. They called it the Rule of Four, the Tetrarchy. There is a statue group of them, looted long ago to a corner of a church in Venice. 4 squat porphyry soldiers gripping each other's shoulders, faces identical on purpose. Not men, the statue insists, a system. With the breathing room the 4 bought, Diocletian rebuilt the state from the coin up, though the coin defeated even him. His great currency reform could not outrun the mistrust, so he tried decree instead, the famous edict on maximum prices, a stone-carved price list for the whole empire, 1,000 items, wheat, sandals, lion for the arena, a teacher's monthly fee, with death as the penalty for overcharging. Markets answered the way markets always answer a price, fixed below reality. Goods vanished under counters, and the edict died quietly of universal evasion within a few years. Fragments of it survive on stones across the east, the ancient world's grandest monument to a lesson governments relearn on schedule. Deeper than any edict, he changed what an emperor was. The old Augustan theatre, the first citizen in a plain toga living in a house. Diocletian closed it for good, and you can hardly blame him. That theatre had been killing its lead actor twice a decade for 50 years. In its place came a different show, borrowed frankly from Persia. The emperor now wore a jeweled diadem and robes of silk and gold, dwelt behind veils and silences, and was approached through ranks of eunuchs and masters of ceremonies by subjects who knelt and kissed the hem of the robe. His edicts called him Dominus, Lord and Master, a word the first Augustus had banned from his own presence. Remember, from the 2nd chapter of our Night, the word Rome could never say King, Rex, the syllable worth dying over. Well, they never did say it. They walked around it and built something so much grander on the far side that the old word looked shabby. The Republic's mask, worn for 300 years, was finally set down, and underneath, unsurprising to anyone, was a throne. Here is a detail that measures the new age better than any edict. Diocletian ruled the Roman Empire for 21 years, and in all that time, he visited the city of Rome once, near the end, for an anniversary parade. And contemporaries say the crowd's impudence annoyed him, and he left early, before the ceremonies were done. His working capital was Nicomedia, near the Bosporus. His colleagues ruled from Milan, from Trier, up near the Rhine, from the Danube towns, wherever the armies actually needed them. Rome kept its senate, its games, its grain dole, its million mouths, and its dignity, and lost the emperors themselves. The city had become what a very old family house becomes, too sacred to sell, too far from work to live in. The Empire of Rome would now be run, for the rest of its Western days, from everywhere, except Rome. One more shadow lies across his record, and I will not hide it behind the pageantry. In his last years, urged on by his junior colleague and a round of consultations with the old gods' oracles, Diocletian launched the last and worst persecution of the Christians, now perhaps 1/10 of his subjects. More in the east, churches down, scriptures burned, clergy imprisoned, and in waves of local savagery, believers dead in the arenas. It failed, of course. 60 years of tolerance had rooted the faith too deep, and the sight of neighbors dying calmly for refusing a pinch of incense converted more hearts than it frightened. The persecution's chief monument is the number of towns across the Mediterranean still named for its victims. Saint this, Santa that. Look at a map of Italy or Spain tonight, and you can read the failure in the road signs. And then, in the year 305, Diocletian did the thing that even Sulla's ghost must have applauded. Healthy in authority, if not in body, he retired. The first Roman emperor ever to lay the purple down alive and on purpose. He made his weary Western colleague retire the same day, promoted the 2 juniors as designed, and went home to the Dalmatian coast, to a fortress palace he had built by the sea at Split, to grow vegetables, when the system he built began to wobble, and old colleagues came begging him to take the purple back. He wrote the most disarming refusal in political history. If you could see, he said, the cabbages I have planted with my own hands, you would not ask me to trade this for power. He died in his bed. A gardener, his palace never emptied. Refugees settled inside its walls in the troubles after, and their descendants never left, so that the old lord's retirement home is today the living old town of Split in Croatia. 3,000 people dwelling inside a Roman emperor's floor plan, laundry drying between his columns. Of all the fates of all the palaces in this story, I find that one the gentlest. The Tetrarchy, alas, was a machine that ran on one irreplaceable fuel, Diocletian's own authority, and without him it shook itself to pieces inside a decade. The sons of the Tetrarchs, passed over by the system on purpose, declined to stay passed over, and the rule of 4 became a tournament of 6, then 4, then 2. We follow one thread out of the scrum. In the year 306, at York, in northern Britain, up behind the wall, the Western Caesar died on campaign, and his soldiers, in the oldest ceremony this story knows, wrapped his son in purple on the spot. The son's name was Constantine. It took him 18 years to make the acclamation true everywhere. The hinge came in 312 at the gates of Rome itself, or where his rival waited behind Aurelian's new walls with a larger army. Constantine, outnumbered, marching hard from Gaul, later swore to the historian, who tells us of it, that on the road south he had seen something in the noon sky, a cross of light laid over the sun, and words with it, in this sign, conquer. Another writer, closer in time, says rather that it came in a dream, an instruction to mark his soldiers' shields with a monogram, the first 2 Greek letters of the name of Christ. The accounts differ. The vision has been argued about for 17 centuries, and many scholars will say only this much with confidence, that something happened in that campaign season, which Constantine himself, ever after, treated as the turning point of his life. His men painted the sign. His rival, trusting oracles of his own, came out from behind the impregnable walls to fight with the Tiber at his back, at the Milvian Bridge, the same North Roads river crossing our story has used since the Geese. The rival's army was driven into the river, and he drowned in his armor, and Constantine entered Rome as master of the West, with a Christian sign on his shields. What followed changed the world more than any battle. Within months, Constantine and his Eastern colleague issued what history calls the Edict of Milan. Read it carefully, because it is nobler than what came later. It did not make the empire Christian. It made the empire free. Every person, it said, Christian or otherwise, might follow whatever worship he chose, and seized church property came back. For the first time in Rome's long religious story, and nearly the last for many centuries anywhere, a great state simply let the question go. Constantine's own favour, of course, tilted openly. He funded churches, exempted clergy, judged bishops' quarrels, and in 325, at Nicaea, gathered the faith's First World Council to settle its doctrine, presiding in gold among bishops still scarred from Diocletian's prisons. Why had the faith he backed grown so unstoppably in the first place? Many scholars point past the miracles to the mundane. It was the sect that nursed strangers through the plagues. When the priests of the old gods fled, it honoured the poor, and it took women seriously, and it buried anybody. The empire's roads had carried it, the empire's Greek had spelled it, and the empire's cruelty had advertised it. Rome had built, without meaning to, the perfect machine for spreading exactly the thing that would outlive Rome. Constantine's last great work was a city. The empire's weight had been sliding east for a century. The money was eastern, the army's recruiting grounds, the threats. So on the Bosporus, at the hinge of Europe and Asia, on the site of the old Greek town of Byzantium, he built New Rome with a senate, a forum, a hippodrome, and 14 districts like the old one, and dedicated it in the year 330. Everyone ignored the official name and called it Constantine's city, Constantinople. It would be the largest and richest city in Christendom for the better part of 1,000 years, and it would wear his name for 16 centuries, until within living memory of your grandparents' grandparents, it settled into its Turkish shape, Istanbul. He died in 337, baptized at last on his deathbed, in the custom of the age, so as to meet judgment washed of a lifetime. And a lifetime like his took some washing. He had reunited the empire, rehoused it, and re-godded it. So look at the Roman world now. One lifetime after the coin that lied. Saved truly, stabilized, defended, solvent enough, and transformed past recognition. The center of gravity sits on the Bosporus. The emperor is a diademed lord of a Christian favouring court, and the two halves run separately now more often than not, or not aging at the same speed. The east has the money, the cities, the short defensible frontiers. The west has the long rivers, the thin tax rolls, and the weight of the old name. When the next great storm comes out of the deep continent, and it is coming, dear listener, it is already moving in the grasslands beyond the maps. The two halves will meet it with very different strength. The last chapter of our long night is waiting. Let us go and watch the eagle come down, gently, together. Or our night together began with a boy on a hill, feeding sticks into a fire above a foggy river. It ends, because history has a taste for rhymes, with another boy. This one stands at a palace window in Ravenna, in the marsh country of northern Italy, looking out over grey lagoons. He is perhaps 14. He wears the purple of the Caesars, and it is a little big for him. His father put it on him the way an ambitious father enters a son in a contest. And the boy's name, I promise you I am not inventing this, is Romulus, the name of the first king. Courtiers, behind his back, have softened his grand second name, Augustus, into a nickname for something small, Augustulus, the little Augustus. Romulus Augustulus, the last emperor of the West, a boy wearing both ends of the whole story at once. Hold him in your mind at that window. It will take us one last chapter to reach him, and when we do, I think you will find the ending gentler than its reputation. The beginning of the end, many scholars will tell you, was not a battle at all. It was a refugee crisis, 100 years before the boy. In the year 376, whole nations appeared on the north bank of the Danube, asking to come in. They were the Goths, farmers and fighters long settled beyond the river, and they were running from something new out of the deep grasslands of Asia, a people of mounted archers, the like of which Europe had never seen, who seemed to live on horseback and to appear from nowhere. The Huns, the Goths, did not come to conquer Rome. They came to it the way people run to the strongest house on the street when the storm breaks. Tens of thousands of families, wagons hub to hub along the riverbank, begging for asylum. The Eastern Emperor said yes, on conditions, land in exchange for soldiers. The old bargain that had renewed Rome for 1,000 years. It might have worked one more time. What broke it was not policy. It was corruption, ordinary, greasy, and fatal. The local Roman officials in charge of feeding the refugees stole the food. They sold the starving Goths dog meat at the price of a child sold into slavery. And the ancients report that exchange rate, without blinking, hunger and humiliation, did what no Gothic king had planned. And the guests became an army inside the walls. 2 years later, at Adrianople, a day's ride from Constantinople itself, the Eastern Emperor Valens, too proud to wait for the Western army marching to join him, attacked the Gothic wagon ring on a hot August afternoon. By nightfall, the emperor was dead, his body never found, and with him 2/3 of the finest field army in the Roman world. It was the worst day for Roman arms since Cannae, nearly 600 years before. And mark the difference, because it is the hinge of this chapter. After Cannae, you remember, a republic of farmers refused to even discuss terms and refilled its legions from its own bottomless well. After Adrianople, there was no well. The new emperor, the capable Theodosius, could not destroy the Goths, so he settled them inside the empire, on Roman land, as a nation under their own chiefs, bound to fight for Rome as allies. The word for it was federates. It was realism. It was also something new and irreversible. There was now a foreign army living inside the house, and Rome's own armies, thinned by plague and money and empty countryside, would from now on be Gothic, Frankish, Vandal at every rank, including the highest. The empire's defense had become a subscription service, and the bill only ever went up. Theodosius deserves a moment more for 2 acts. He was the emperor who finished what Constantine began, making Christianity not merely favoured, but the official religion of the state. The old public sacrifices banned, the Olympic flame of the old gods guttering out in a single generation. The temple of Janus, whose doors we have been opening and closing all night, simply stopped mattering. Its war peace signal retired after 11 centuries, and when Theodosius died, in 395, he did the natural, human, dynastic thing. He split the empire between his 2 sons, east to one, west to the other. It had been split before and rejoined. This time, though no one announced it, the halves never truly joined again. The east, rich, urban, defensible, settled in behind Constantinople's triple walls for a long life. The west got the long rivers, the thin taxes, and the storm. The storm's first name was Alaric. Learn him properly, because the pamphlet version wrongs him. He was a Goth of the Federate settlements, raised inside the empire, a Roman officer by training who had led Gothic troops for Theodosius and watched them spent like small change in Roman civil wars. What Alaric wanted, his whole career shouts it, was not Rome burning. It was a contract, land for his people, pay for his army, and for himself a proper Roman title, master of soldiers, a seat at the table he had bled for. Constantinople and Ravenna spent 20 years alternately hiring him, cheating him, and setting him on each other. Twice he invaded Italy, and twice was fought to a draw by the West's last great soldier, Stilicho, himself half Vandal by birth, guardian of the boy Emperor Honorius, a man holding the crumbling wall of the West together with both hands and personal credit. And here the West committed suicide, in the polite, procedural way declining powers prefer. The court at Ravenna, jealous and whispering, convinced the useless young Emperor Honorius that his great general was plotting. Stilicho, who could have raised the army in revolt with a word, chose not to. He took sanctuary in a church, was promised his life, walked out, and was executed. The Roman garrisons then massacred the families of their own barbarian Federate troops in the Italian towns. And 30,000 of those soldiers, the West's actual army, marched to Alaric and asked for revenge. The court had murdered its shield and recruited for its enemy in the same season. Alaric marched on Rome, and even then, even now, he did not want to sack it. He blockaded it 3 separate times over 2 years, each time naming his price, land, pay, the title, and each time the Emperor Honorius, safe behind Ravenna's marshes, refused and dithered while Rome starved. The Romans of the city, at the second siege, actually crowned Alaric's own preferred puppet as a rival emperor for a while. So farcical had it all become. At the third siege, in August of the year 410, someone, a sympathizer, a slave, tradition names a noblewoman's household, opened the Salarian Gate by night. The gate, I cannot help telling you, of the old salt road, the track older than the city. The road our shepherd boy watched the mule traders walk. The wolf came in at the end, by the door the whole story had come in by. For 3 days the Goths sacked Rome, and it was, as sacks of great cities go, and the ancients said so themselves, almost restrained. Alaric's Goths were Christians after their fashion, and he ordered the great basilicas of Peter and Paul spared as sanctuaries, and the refugees inside them, with all their crowding treasure, untouched. There was plunder beyond counting, and burning in places, and cruelty. War is war, but the city was not destroyed, and most of its people saw the fourth morning. What was destroyed was something less repairable, 800 years of a spell, since the Geese and Brennus, since before Alexander the Great was born, no enemy had entered Rome. Jerome, the great scholar, working in his cell in far Bethlehem, put down his pen when the news came and could not pick it up, and wrote later that his voice stuck in his throat, that the city, which had taken the whole world, was itself taken. In Africa, Bishop Augustine began the answer that became one of civilization's books, The City of God, arguing to the shaken world that no earthly city, however beloved, had ever been the point. Rome's fall was already becoming what it has been ever since, not just an event, a mirror that every age looks into and sees itself. the comedy beside the tragedy, because Rome always supplies it. The Emperor Honorius, in Ravenna, kept prize poultry, and his favourite hen was named Roma. When a eunuch of the court rushed in crying that Rome had perished, the emperor, the story says, went white with grief, believing his hen had died. Told it was only the city, he sighed with relief. The tale is court gossip, retailed by a historian who loathed him, and many scholars wave it away. I give it to you anyway, because true or not, it is a perfect portrait of what the West had for leadership while its world went down. Alaric, for his part, outlived his sack by months, marching south, dreaming of grain-rich Africa. He died of a fever in Calabria, and his Goths, the legend says, diverted a river, buried him in its bed with his treasures, turned the water back over him, and killed the diggers, so that no one has ever found him. Somewhere under a river in the toe of Italy, the man who broke the spell of Rome is still sleeping. His people wandered on into Gaul and Spain and founded kingdoms there, which was, you notice, all he had ever asked for. Rome's unravelling now ran at the speed of paperwork. The year of the sack, or near it, the legions were withdrawn from Britain for the last time. And when the island's towns wrote asking for help against raiders, the emperor's chancery sent back a letter, preserved in summary by a historian, telling the Britons to look to their own defences. One sentence, and the lights of the wall go out. The centuries' descendants on those green hills were on their own, and the long silence of the Dark Age settles over the birthday party fort. Africa, the West's breadbasket, fell next to the Vandals, a people who had crossed the frozen Rhine years before and walked in one long migration through Gaul, through Spain, over the straits, along the coast, to Carthage, of all cities, Hannibal's town, which they took and made the capital of a pirate kingdom. The grain leash on Rome's throat, remember it from Egypt, was now held by enemies. Then came the storm's second name, and the sky darkened for everyone at once. Attila. The Huns, who had started this whole avalanche a lifetime earlier by pushing the Goths over the Danube, had built an empire of their own north of the rivers. And in Attila, it found a ruler of terrifying gift, extorting tons of gold a year from Constantinople, merely for staying home. When he finally rode west in 451 with a horde of Huns and subject peoples, something happened on the plains of Gaul that closes a circle 800 years old. The Roman general Aetius, last of the great Western soldiers, a man who had lived among the Huns as a hostage boy and knew them cold, formed a line against Attila at the Catalonian plains, and in that line, shield to shield with the last legions, stood the Visigoths, Alaric's people, their old king dying in the charge, alongside Franks and Burgundians and the rest, the children of Rome's invaders, fighting under Rome's command to save what was left of Rome from the new outsider. They held. Attila withdrew, the only check of his career. Some scholars call it one of history's decisive battles, others a bloody draw. Either way, hold the image, the old enemies in one line at the end. It is the most Roman thing in this whole last act, the absorbing machine, absorbing to the very final hour. Attila came again the next year, into Italy, wasting the northern cities so thoroughly that refugees fleeing into the coastal lagoons planted the fishing villages that would one day grow into Venice, so that even his destruction founded something beautiful. Rome lay open before him, and then he stopped. An embassy came out to meet him by Lake Garda, led by the Bishop of Rome, Pope Leo, and after their meeting, Attila turned his horse and went home. Christian art painted Peter and Paul in the sky with swords. Sober historians point to plague in the Hun army, failing fodder, and an Eastern Roman attack on his homeland. What was said between the Pope and the King, no one recorded, and I rather cherish not knowing. The next year, Attila took a new young wife, drank hard at the wedding, and died in the night of a burst vessel, drowning in his own nosebleed. The terror of two empires, undone by a party. His empire of fear was torn apart by his sons and subjects within a decade. Fear, it turns out, is not a system. Rome, whatever else, had been a system. But the West's own clock had nearly run down. The Emperor Valentinian, jealous exactly as his predecessors had been jealous, murdered his saviour Aetius with his own hand in the palace, leaping at him from the throne with a sword. And a courtier told him the truth to his face, "Sir, you have cut off your right hand with your left." Within months, the emperor was himself cut down by Aetius's avenging guardsmen. Within weeks of that, the Vandal fleet from Carthage stood off the Tiber mouth, at Ostia, by Claudius's harbour. And this time, there was no army at all. Pope Leo went out again, and got what mercy he could. No burning, no massacre. For 14 days, the Vandals emptied Rome methodically, ships shuttling loot to Africa, the gilded roof tiles of the capital, the treasures. Tradition says that Titus had once carried from the temple in Jerusalem, and thousands of captives, including an empress and her daughters. It was quieter than Alaric's sack, and far more thorough. A repossession, more than a rage. The Vandals' name became our word for mindless destruction, which is, scholars grumble, a little unfair to a people whose sack was the tidiest on record. History is written by the burgled. After that, the Western throne became a puppet stage. Emperors raised and discarded every year or two by whichever general of Federate troops held Ravenna, and the generals now did not bother to want the throne themselves, the title having shrunk smaller than their actual power. Which brings us home, at long last, to the boy at the window. His father, Orestes, was a Roman from the Danube lands, who had served of all masters as secretary and envoy to Attila himself, and had risen afterward to command what remained of Italy's army, which is to say, its hired barbarian regiments. In 475, Orestes chased the reigning puppet out of Ravenna, and too canny to wear the target himself, wrapped his young son in the purple. Romulus Augustulus, the little Augustus, Emperor of the West, which now meant Emperor of Italy, more or less, on a good day. The boy stamped coins, signed what he was given, and one hopes was allowed sometimes to be 14. The soldiers who upheld the whole arrangement asked within the year for the standard payment such service had earned everywhere else in the dying West. Land, a third of Italy's estates to settle on, homes for their families, the Goths' old bargain, the one the empire had been signing for a century. Orestes, guarding his noble Italian backers acres, refused. So the soldiers found an officer who would say yes, a tall, capable soldier of mixed tribal parentage named Odoacer, raised him on their shields in the old ceremony, and it was over in days. Orestes was caught and executed. Ravenna opened its gates, and the soldiers of Odoacer came at last. In September of the year 476, for the boy in the purple. Now, you have been braced all night, I suspect, for this last scene, expecting fire and a small body politely regretted. Here is what actually happened, so far as the sources let us see. Odoacer looked at the trembling 14-year-old, and the accounts agree, took pity on his youth, and perhaps noted his perfect harmlessness. He took the diadem and the purple naturally, and then he gave the boy a pension, a generous one, thousands of gold pieces a year, and sent him to live with his relatives in a seaside villa in Campania, in the warm south near Naples, an estate built centuries before by a general of the Republic, and there the last emperor of the West simply, quietly, lived. There are hints in later letters, decades on, of a Romulus in Campania, still drawing his stipend under the Gothic kings, keeping perhaps a small monastery on the grounds, growing old among the lemon trees where empires could not reach him. Of all the endings dealt out in this long story, to the Gracchi, to Cicero, to Caesar, to Aetius, the very last Roman emperor got the gentlest one on record. The story that began with a wolf ended with a pension. And here is the fact that surprises everyone. Nobody at the time treated that September as the end of the world, because almost nothing visible changed. Odoacer did not burn anything or crown himself emperor. He did something much more interesting. He gathered the imperial regalia, the diadem, the purple, the ornaments, and shipped them east to Constantinople, to the reigning emperor there, with a message from himself and the Roman Senate, which, yes, still met, and would keep meeting for another century. The message said, in essence, the West no longer requires an emperor of its own. One emperor, in Constantinople, sufficed for the whole Roman world. Let Odoacer nearly govern Italy as his deputy, with the old title of patrician. The lawyers were satisfied. The Senate stamped it. The empire, on paper, was not falling. It was consolidating. That is how the Roman Empire ended in the West, dear listener, after 1200 years. Not with a battle, with a shipping manifest and a cover letter. The eagle was not shot down. It was returned to sender. Only later, looking back, did men pick that quiet September as the marker, the year the light changed. Many scholars today will tell you even that is too neat, that Roman life in Italy ran on for generations. Senate and consuls and chariot races and all, under Gothic kings who admired the thing they had inherited and patched its aqueducts. The fall of Rome, the honest version, was not an event. It was a long, uneven exhale, a century of the West quietly turning into somewhere else, province by province, until one day, no one alive remembered the world being otherwise. So, did Rome fall in the end or not? Let me answer the way the night deserves, and then let you sleep. The eastern half did not fall at all, not then. It stood, Roman by name and law and unbroken government, for another 1,000 years. Its capital behind those triple walls, its scholars copying the classics, its emperor still called Emperor of the Romans until 1453, a date so late that gunpowder cannon brought its walls down at last. We call it Byzantium for convenience. It called itself, every day of those 1,000 years, Rome. And in its greatest age, the Emperor Justinian set his lawyers a task to gather and order every good law and legal opinion of the 1,000 Roman years. And the code they made became, centuries on, the bedrock of the law in most of Europe and Latin America and beyond. When a modern law student in Paris or Sao Paulo or Cairo opens her first-year books, she is reading, at the bottom of the well, Rome, the 12 Tables' great-great-grandchild, the law posted where everyone can read it. And the West, walk through your own evening and count what is still standing. The letters on every sign you pass today, the very letters of these words being read to you, came down the chain from that Greek gift to the Etruscans to the Latin villages. Exactly as I promised in the first hour, the months of your calendar are Roman months. July and August still keeping watch. The leap year still ticking on Caesar's arithmetic. If you speak English, more than half your words have Latin somewhere in their family tree. And if you speak Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese or Romanian, you are not speaking a language influenced by Latin. You are speaking Latin, a Latin that never stopped being spoken, only stopped standing still, drifting in 1,000 villages for 80 generations until the dialects needed their own names. Latin never died, dear listener. It just stopped answering to one name. A mother of that many living children is not in her grave. The roads are still there. That is not a poetry line. It is a map fact. Under the asphalt of 100 European highways lies the Roman roadbed, doing its job, and the old Appian Way still runs south from Rome under its pines, where you can walk this coming summer on stones the legions rutted. In Rome, when you toss your coin in the Trevi fountain, the water splashing your hand has just arrived through the Aqua Virgo. The aqueduct Augustus's friend Agrippa drove under the city before Christ was born, still flowing, still on duty, 20 centuries of continuous service. The Pantheon's dome still stands unbroken, the rain still falling softly through its open eye onto the drains that still drink it, and the church that carried so much of Rome through the dark centuries kept the very furniture of the old world, its dioceses drawn on the borders of Roman provinces, its language, Latin for most of 2,000 years, and its Bishop of Rome, bearing to this day a title that once belonged to the keeper of the old bridge rituals in the age of the kings, a title Julius Caesar himself held, Pontifex Maximus, the greatest bridge builder. It was never really about the bridge over the Tiber. In the end, it was about the one across time. Rome fell. Yes, say it plainly. The aqueducts of the West broke one by one. The cities shrank inside their two big walls. The peace of the roads gave way to 1,000 years of local fear. And real things, sewage systems, surgery, cheap books, central heating, were lost for so long that their return felt like invention. Do not let anyone tell you the fall cost nothing. But Rome never quite finished falling, because Rome never quite finished being here. It dissolved, the way a great tide dissolves into the sand of the whole beach, and every wave since has moved a little differently because of it. The fire is very low now. Let us end where we began, because the two boys deserve to meet. A boy on a hill above a river, 3,000 years ago, feeding sticks into a fire while the fog lifts, not knowing he stands at the start of anything, and a boy in a garden by a warm sea. 12 centuries later, the purple folded away forever, reading in the shade, not knowing he stands at the end of it, and living by every hint we have, gently and long, between them. Everything you have heard tonight, the wolf and the geese, the walk out and the tables, the elephants in the snow, the baker's tomb, The birthday letter from the fort by the wall, the philosopher writing to himself in the rain, the coin wearing through to the bronze, the pension by the sea, 60 generations of ordinary mornings, most of them like the boys, like yours tomorrow, never written down at all. The story will wait for you now. It has waited 3,000 years already, and it is very patient, and so is the fire, and so am I. If you are still awake, stay by the warmth a moment longer, and if you are drifting, drift. Somewhere out there in the dark, the old road runs south under the pines, pale and straight and quiet, and there is no one on it tonight. Sleep well. The old stories have been told 1,000 times. None of them are quite the same when I tell them. This is the drifting